All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you, my Nigeria's family, Nigerians across the globe. How you guys doing today? Happy weekend to you all. Happy Saturday to you all. Today, 26 August 2023. I wanted to come out on time because I want us to follow up with our brothers right there on Twitter to see they're talking about vital informations right now, topic. So I want to take at least 20-30 minutes from them before we continue so that we can take it as part of the topic that we have today. But meanwhile, let me quickly acknowledge the people that is already here with me. Good evening to you, great mother, mommy, the Aspura. We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you very much for everything. Happy weekend to you, Miracle B. Happy weekend to you, Nikki Ogo. Good evening to you. Happy weekend to you, Angolo Emmanuel Chus. I can see you right there. Discussion Channel TV. God bless you all, my wonderful people. Osaga Conrad. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you, and happy weekend to you. Aro Edward is with us as well. Love God is my strength. Oyezi Omodia, thank you, Mr. Johnson Emmanuel. I can see you, Didi Anthony. Good evening, my wonderful people. Monen Ferreira, thank you very much. Don Oracle, I appreciate you all. Madam Nena is there with us. Yes, I can't wait to have you on the panel later on because this topic, I know you're very good in analyzing it. Amongst others. Mr. Emmanuel, again, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to every one of you. Promise to do say good evening, my wonderful people. I'd like us to move on. Let's listen to what our people are currently saying on Twitter. Then I'll come back to you guys shortly. Now God bless you now. So please like and share, and let us do this together. It's very, very important we do this together. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. Now God bless you now. Let's go on with it.
He said it will be different. Um, you can block me now if you want to block me. I'll speak the truth, nothing but the truth. Hmm? I will call people out today, and I will explain to people the reason why that country has been that way for a very long time. Because people we've been bamboozled for a very long time, and I want to create a foundation first, at which or on which I'll be building all my points. So the foundation is going to be an argument between good and bad, between morals and immorality, between honesty and dishonesty, between ethical and unethicalness, between truth and lies, and finally between right and wrong. Um, this is not to hurt anyone, but to show how religion has hurt our society, to break the jinx and that circle. Now is the time. Now is when we need to break that jinx. I was on a couple of spaces yesterday. There was a space held by Oge God. I was on that space for a while, and I heard a lot of people's submission, including Grandmaster. Grandmaster made some compelling submission yesterday. Beautiful submission. I listened to every single people's um, view regarding this topic. Um, Grandmaster spoke about prophecy and prediction, and I decided to look for the meaning, find the meaning of those words. And I'll be reading a lot of definitions to you guys today. So, prophecy is a message that has been communicated to a person by a supernatural entity, right? A message that has been communicated to a person by a supernatural entity. Prediction is a guessing or thinking of what will happen. Now, the difference between these two is that prophecy can only be right. Prophecy is always right. Predictions can be wrong or right. Predictions can be wrong or right. Now, let's go religion. What is religion? The belief in and worshipping of a superhuman being, and especially a god, gods, or God Almighty. That's the definition online. You can Google it and find out. You just have to believe in something you can worship. That's why you see the Indians worshiping stone, snake, cow, name it. Now, prayer. What is prayer? It is a solemn request for help or expression of thanks addressed to God or an object to worship. That is the definition of prayer. The next one will be miracle. A surprisingly and welcoming event that is not explainable by natural or scientific laws. That is miracle. When something unprecedented happen and you cannot give a valid explanation, a scientific or a natural explanation to it. It is supernatural. That is miracle. Now, vision, the ability to think or plan the future with imagination or wisdom. That is vision. I'm going to a particular point which everybody will understand later on. I'm just trying to create a foundation on which I will build my point. So we have there's something we call moral feeling, and one of the most difficult thing in every church or most churches in Nigeria is to confront or reprove the pastors for inappropriate actions. That's one of the major problems they have in Nigeria. Nobody have actually been able to, well, maybe most people they found it difficult in confronting all these men of God. Absolutely difficult, right? There's something they call spiritual abuse. The use of spiritual or religious belief to hurt, scare, or control people. Spiritual abuse. When a person wields biblical doctrine or spiritual authority to manipulate, dominate, deflect, or direct narratives in his or her favor, this is referring to men of God or God of men. And another definition I want us to focus on is forgiveness. And the first step of forgiveness is to honestly assess and acknowledge the fact that something has been done wrong, and there is another step of making correction. Okay, now that I've made those definitions, I said it yesterday. I said people should come with their Bibles. All right, I want us to check out Jeremiah 14:14. God says, "These evildoers prophesy lies, offerings, false vision, divination, idolation, and delusion of their minds." Jeremiah 14:14. Deuteronomy 18:20. But a prophet who presumes to speak in my name anything I have not commanded, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other God, is to be put to death. I didn't say that. It's in Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 20. Let's go to the Ezekiel 13:9. My hand will be against the prophet who sees false vision, alter, lying, divination. They will not belong to the council of my people and be listed in the records of Israel. That is Ezekiel 13 9. All right. Um, we have Jeremiah 23:16. This is what the Lord Almighty says: "Do not listen to what the prophets are prophesying to you. They fill you with false hopes. They speak visions from their own minds, not from the mouth of the Lord." Matthew 24:24. For false Messiah and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect, even those God has chosen can be part of them. I'm going to start with Pastor Kumui. You see, before the election, people were going out to campaign about Peter Obi, campaign about their political parties. Obedient, God bless us all. We did everything we could to reach out to people. We came up with different ideas of impacting lives. And we thought, you know what? We can go to churches, we can speak to people. I mean, it is a platform where you can reach out to people and let them know this is the right thing to do. And a lot of churches were approached. And guess what the reply was? The church affairs should be separated from politics. Let us not bring politics to the church. Those were the words that were coming out of people. And but now, after the election, we have someone coming out to tell us to forgive. Um, I'm still coming to that forgiveness. Coming up to tell us to forgive people for their wrongdoings, political figures for their wrongdoings. So all of a sudden, the church that doesn't want to get involved in politics is now coming back to tell us to forgive those political figures. Esa, you kure. Ọkàn yín ò ní balẹ̀. You will not have peace. You know why? You see, the anointing oil that was placed on you has dried up very, very long time ago. You guys have done so much damages to that country that you control people's mind. You tell them what to do and they do it. You have parents, you have women kneeling down for men of God that they call themselves. And they can't even kneel down for their husbands at home. You guys are, there's no difference between you guys and the politicians. And I'm going to explain to everybody listening to me right now. There is no difference between your so-called men of God in that country and the politicians. Come with me. Pastors and politicians, they have certain things in common. I'm going to name them one by one. Pastors, they have big titles. You know, they have daddy geos, prophet, papa, mama, mommy in the Lord. Those are the titles they wield. And politicians, they have your excellency, Mr. Honorable, Mr. Senator, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Governor. They have titles in common. Pastors, they tend to get away with whatever they do. And you have their church members protecting them. You have their church members standing for them. You have their church members defending them, debating on their behalf. That's what the pastor is all about. And guess what? The politicians, they have the immunity. Nothing can touch them when they are in power. You can't sue them. You can't take them to court. Immunity. Another one. The politicians, they will use so many big grammars. And they will throw the books of constitution at you. They'll come up with different points. Constitutional points. And things you've never heard. They will even do what they can to change the narrative of the constitution just to confuse you. And we have men of God. They will turn the Bible upside down. They will read what they want you to believe. They will read what will favor them from the Bible to you. They won't read the other part. In the case of 10%, 10% tithe, the Old Testament says something different. The New Testament says something different. On this case, they will quote the New Testament. But if it comes to honor your father and mother, so your day may be long, they will take you to Old Testament. You see that? Inasmuch as the Bible says, truly and really, honor thy father and thy mother, so your day may be prolonged. Oh yeah, the Bible said that. And then the same Bible said, parents, do not provoke your children. The Bible not telling that waiting go happen when you provoke your children. This is what will happen when you provoke the generation that is actually meant to lift that country. The generation you guys have failed for a very long time. You failed over 2-3 generations. This is a different generation entirely. You have failed this generation, and guess what? We're not taking anything for granted. We are getting our country back, not just on a political level, on every aspect, psychologically, logically, spiritually, religiously, economically, morally. We are getting our country back. And we need to set some things right for you guys to know that you've messed up for a very long time. This is the time for you guys to know you'll be put in your places. Come with me. Pastors, they move around in convoys with their special plate numbers. So does the politicians. Please, guys, if I'm wrong, go on the comment section. If I'm wrong, when you come up, quote me wrong. Pastors, they use the money they get from tithe and offering. They use the money they make from people in churches to buy properties, to buy private jets, to open accounts abroad, to send their kids abroad. So does the politicians. The money meant for each constituencies, money meant for the masses, money meant for the citizens of that country. They use it to spend their own life, to take care of their kids, their wives, their concubines all over the world. They do that. Private jets all over the place. Pastors, they collect stolen money as donation and offering. At that point in time, they put aside the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not steal. They put those things aside for at that point in time. They don't care if you killed someone to make that money. As long as that money comes to them, they believe they have the power to cleanse you of your sins. Because you guys have compromised yourself. You have another pastor saying he dines with God every day. He eats breakfast and drink tea with God. But foolishly, you can't even speak to God about the problem of Nigeria. Yet you tell people to come to church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. As long as we keep having massive churches, we keep having men of God in that country using their money to build universities that their church members cannot even afford to send their kids, using the church money to do whatever they feel like doing, that country will not move any further. When God has given you the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to get the things you need to get right in that country, but you refuse, you bank on prayer. Tell me one country that prayer has actually fixed their problem in this life. Just one country. Just mention one country that prayers has fixed the problem in their country till this time.
America.
My brother, I go reach that side too. I'm still doing the comparison between politicians and pastors. Lastly, pastors then go do posters, flyers, billboards of conventions, of special guests coming to their churches, of a revival, of they do massive posters. They do a radio adverts, TV adverts, and you see their pictures, the pictures of them, massive pictures of them on billboards. You hardly see a picture of a Bible or maybe cross. It's either them and their wife. Operation Kill My Village People. Operation Kill My Village Winch. Operation I Must Get Married This Year. Operation Satan is in Trouble. And you see pastors with cutlass and a Bible. Their posters are all over the place. All over the country. A single building in Nigeria, 3-4 story building, you see everything occupied by churches, different churches, and the whole service every single day at the same time. Báwọn kan bá ṣe ń pariwo Jésù Kristi, làwọn kan ń pariwo God of Abraham, the same building. That aside, you see, CAN has 5 blocks. The Christian Council of Nigeria, the Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, Organization of African Institute Churches, and Evangelical Church Winning. Those are the 5 blocks that made CAN. These 5 blocks, they've been so useless over the years that Christians are getting killed in their numbers in different parts of the country, and none of them held any conference, press conference to address it. All they will tell you is pray. All they will tell you is pray. You will pray from now till Jesus comes and nothing will happen. Prayer is not in the equation.
Here to help you find the one for the school run. Auto Trader, Britain's biggest matchmaker.
Thursday, faith clinic and widows meeting. Friday, night vigils and men's meeting. Saturday, choir practice. Sunday, you have Sunday service. Please, can you explain to me how a grown-ass man that attends all these programs, how are they going to put food on their table? This is the reason why they come to church and they depend on their pastor to actually feed them. They depend on money they get from the church to move on with their lives. Ordinarily, if these pastors are spending money on factories, spending money on creating big businesses that will employ their church members, the economy of that country will move forward. But they would rather use that money to build schools, private universities. They will use the money to build bigger mega churches that will accommodate more people. We have stories of pastors burying a whole cow at the foundation of a building they want to turn into their mega churches. Nigerians, wake the fuck up. There is no prayer in the equation of having the best of economy. There is none. Prayer is not in the equation of having a great economy. Improved standard of living are made possible when labor is more productive. Productivity is driven by specialization, technological innovation, and working capital. The only sustainable way for an economy to grow is through increased productivity. Remember when they talk production, from consumption to production. Only one presidential candidate don't they shout from consumption to production. If there is no production in that country, may not pray from today till tomorrow, next tomorrow, or nothing will happen. It is high time Nigerians themselves. We have a lot of religious bigots. Whenever you mention things about church, they want to go mad. They are living in their own mind. They are living in a different world. They've seen these people as, oh God, these people speak to God on a regular basis. They gift with God. The same person that made a prophecy, was it a prophecy back in 1986? Now since that time they don't say make people they pray. 1986. Una don't pray, speak in tongues since that time, 1986. They are all promises and fail. They all promise changes, but check out the history of Nigeria. Education is getting worse in that country. Economy is in a shit hole. No electricity, no good health care. Nigerians, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. You've been doing this for a very long time, and there's been no adequate change. Everything is going to shit every single day. You go to church, they will wrap about 12 candles for you, put it on your head, and tell you the more it's the longer it stays on your head, with the wax melting off your head, your face, that would determine how long your visa will be. Nothing is going to change. Nothing is going to change. A lot of people that prayed, they claim they prayed before they got their visa. They prayed, they claim they put their visa on the altar of one pastor, they left it there. Coincidence is another thing these people use. Prediction is another thing they use. When you're applying for a visa, anyone, and that's the reason why we have a lot of agencies all around. Anyone that can analyze your situation, depending on the country you're going, if you sit down, they have their immigration policy, they have their rules and regulations. Sit down, they have requirements for you to acquire a visa. Sit down, study it, understand it, and gather your all this requirement. People find it so lazy to do. So whenever they get advantage of someone that can do it for them, it works. I'll use myself as an example. I applied for American visa 7 times. 7 freaking times. Failed the first time, second time, third time, fourth time, fifth time. I know how many times my passports, they carry my passport, go different place. But you guess what? You know why? Do you know why I've been failing? It took me a while to understand the reason why I've been failing. Then I met my wife. She happens to be a staff of the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria. And when she spoke to them about the two of us coming to America for holiday and everything, I didn't go for visa interview. I went there to gist with the ambassador. It was a gist. My interview was a gist with the ambassador. And before then, they told me my interview was 9:45, and they told me not to come at 9:45. That every single person coming at 9:45, they are refusing them. I got there 10:30, and when I got there, I met the security guys. They asked me what am I doing. I told them I'm here for visa interview. What time? I said 9:25, 45, and they were just laughing at me. You don't late already. So I called my wife. She came out and she just grabbed me, and those ones saw her. Like, madam, wow, we don't know our guy. We don't know our guy. We went inside. And I was having a conversation with the ambassador, and the guy handling the visa asked me a couple of questions. It was then I realized that all the 6th time that I've tried applying for visa, of course I did them through agency. You guess what? They filled in wrong informations. They filled in 6 different informations of me alone. Hey! They showed me the whole thing. 6 different. So if you keep doing it from now till Jesus comes, nothing is going to
Imagine
happen.
say you can't go pastor. The pastor say now your village people.
Brother, now where they go? They go say that your mama dead there. Your mama no want me you go. They go say that your papa family for village no want me you go. And when they showed me that, and they were like, there's a lot of inconsistencies going on in my under my name. One, they spelled my name wrong. One, the date of birth. And the guy asked me, which one is yours? And I looked at it and I said, that's one. Immediately they deleted the other ones. And at the end of the day, I will never forget that day, because I've applied for different visas from different countries. I know how they play out. This was very weird. And at the end of it was about 20-30 minutes conversation with all the staffs, because they're wondering who married this girl. The Oyibos to won't marry her. At the end of the day, they were like, so how do you want us to get the passport to you? Do you want us to DHL it, or do you want us to give it to your wife as a DHL waiting? Give her when she they come out, make she bring and come. Behold, when my wife got back home that day, she came with her passport. Bam. Visa don't be on top. Simply because one idiot, I don't go pay like ₦1 million to one idiot for one place where they call himself travel agent. Don't feel rubbish for me. Send them to them because it's not their home. They don't pay attention. And me, I believe say I don't want to do the stress. I don't want to go through stress. I want just to submit and apply. Bam. That is what is killing a lot of people in that country. And that was how I got that visa. And when you get to, I spent 10 years in UK before I moved back to Nigeria and came back to America. I spent 10 years in UK. One thing about that country, or Western world, whatever you sow, you go reap. If you like, day your house for a whole week, no come out. Pray for that 1 week, no come out for house. Nothing will happen. No NEPA go bring light. You have to go outside. You need to get a job, 9 to 5 work, and you make that money. And going to work is another chapter. When you get to work, if you're meant to start work at 9 a.m., if you get to work 9:01, they will deduct you from your pay. That 1 minute late, then will deduct them. So if you're meant to get £5, that £5 you probably get £4.90 or £4.95. Oh, sorry, 95 pence. That is a system that works. My uncle, Bodayinka, I call him Bodayinka, is Yinka Ifele, has a radio station in Nigeria, Fresh FM. It was on the station. There's this program he does every Tuesday. Let's talk about it. He did one couple of weeks ago. It was very controversial. In fact, they were threatening him. They were threatening him with death. They were threatening him with so many things. And that program was so interesting. He spoke about the religious leaders of this country. He spoke about his experience when he went to Jerusalem. He went with one of his close presenters, EOB, Anyton. They went to Israel. Sorry, Jerusalem. They went to Jerusalem. And they were going to these key places. To start with, he's been there a couple of times, but he went recently. And he said they've made tremendous changes simply because of Nigerians. They say the places where they have like maybe Jesus' clothes or his robe or something, those places, they've put more security there. Because you're actually meant to just go there, you see, you take picture, and they say Nigeria go there now, then go they roll for ground. Say, hey, Jesus, oh, no make I go. You must bless me, oh, I must touch your clothes, oh. They are now arresting Nigerians because they are creating madness in that place. No, I'm being honest. You they laugh, Saddam. I'm being honest. They are arresting Nigerians because of the madness they portray there. They are now being forced to chase Nigerians away because they don't want to leave. When you actually meant to just go pray or just take a picture, just an historical moment for you. They say no. They know what happened to person when touch Jesus close. They know what happens. All the disease where their body go come out. Yeah, why? Then showcase some of those items now. But still, they won't die there. Nigerians won't die there. And one of the guys, the tourist taking them around, said, well, Nigerians, you guys, you pray too much. You pray too much, but love, no love. You pray too much, but love. But you see here, we pray small, we love big. We pray small. That is him explaining. That's the way you can explain to them that prayer is not a problem. Your prayer is not what is going to solve it. Prayer is not in the equation of getting things done. I keep saying it. Prayer is not the key. It's not. When you do the right thing, you pray and back it up. You see, we've been docile for a very long time. We've been bamboozled with so many narratives, and we keep emphasizing on those things. We keep praying on those points. They go to shout, hey, God of Israel, help me, help my father, help my mother, God of Israel. God, people, Israelites, they are buying weapons. They are not waiting for their God to come and do anything. They are buying weapons. In fact, recently, Israel bought about $3.4 billion worth of weapons from America. Israel is one of the most powerful countries on earth right now. They have nuclear weapons. They have what it takes to defend themselves. They are not waiting on any blood of Jesus. They've done their due diligence. They did what they had to do to protect themselves. As a matter of fact, Saudi Arabia, like this one, my Muslim people, Saudi Arabia, where you guys go to Mecca and worship Allah. You go there, you pray, you touch the Kaaba, you do all sort of things. But when you get back to your country, it's like when you come out of that plane, the air you breathe is different, obviously, right? But there's something that comes with that air that when you breathe that air in, everything that happens in the Western world or where you're coming from just disappears. And it's like back to business as usual. That's not the case. Saudi Arabia, when they go pray, when make a day, their military budget is $69.1 billion. They are not waiting on Allah to come and protect them. They are not praying. As soon as they go there, they pray for their side. They are not praying, say make Allah come protect them. It is their religion. They know when to do the right thing. They spend money on the right things. They are well equipped. And they are ready for war any day, anytime. $69.1 billion, Saudi Arabia. Israel, same Israel. God of Israel. Their military budget, $24.4 billion. Italy, where you have Rome. You remember Rome? Where Pope today? Their military budget, $30.3 billion. Our Catholic pastors, or what do they call them? Cardinals and priests all over Nigeria. No matter how holy you are, you know holy past Pope. As Pope they so, the place where in they are not depending on blood of Jesus. They are not praying. Pope they smoke now. I don't know say Pope they smoke. But here for Nigeria, and I believe say if you smoke, you be Satan picking. But Aika was saying on radio that day, he said the guy that was taking them around, when they got into the bus, it was the one driving as well. He told them they should hold on for him, and he brought out a cigarette and he just put a lighter and he was smoking. And they were like, "Ha! Oh my Lord, why are you smoking?" They believe it's only, Satan people that smoke cigarette. That is the mentality they've put into, that is the doctrine they've put into people. And I keep saying it. You see, some people, I just hope God can actually give them that opportunity to just leave that country for once, for them to just see the other side of life. See what is going on the other side of life. See how far they've bamboozled you. See what they've done to your life. But Ainka was called a couple of times to shut down that particular program. And you know what he said that was wrong? He has been going to many different places. They will invite him to come and play for them. All these churches, they will invite him. They called him one day and they told him, come and give us gospel music and let people, come and dance and everything. The guy that called him didn't pay him. He was hoping on two things. Hoping on the fact that when they put his name on the posters, people will come. That's number one. And so doing, when people come, they will force them to, give offering and all that, which didn't end up well. Then the other option he had, but he never told Boda Inka, the other option he had was he invested a lot of money to buy packs of pure water. Packs of pure water. It's behind the stage. His hope was after the program, he's just gonna bring the pure water to the front of the stage and tell Boda Inka to just pray on it. That the moment people see that he prays on that water, that they are ready to sell each pack of the water. you know, like the pure water pack. They have like, I think 20 or so. So they want to, out of those 20, they want to sell one for like, I think 5,000 or thereabouts. But Anka said, no, this wasn't part of the agreement. I'm not going to pray to any water or tell people to buy water. Something will happen to them. And because of that, they didn't pay him. And the guy was telling him how they were hoping if he could do that, that was how they were hoping to pay him. And he told his band boys, he said, you know what, let's go. And they left. And you have church members calling him to let him know that there is a place in Ibadan, right? There is a place in Ibadan that pastors in Nigeria go there to hire people. They go there to hire people to pretend that they are crippled. They go there to hire people to act like they are blind. They go there to hire people to do whatever they want them to do. And they will act like they are the one doing the miracle. And the moment they do that, the person really... So the best actor, there's a particular woman that does it best. And guess how much they're paying them? 5,000 naira. There's a particular woman where they say, people where they follow that revolver around, the one for Akure, then do it. The one for Ondo, then do it. The one for Oyo, then do it. People, you know, there are some fanatic, some people where they won't do anywhere this pastor day. They now got to realize that this same woman, now you do miracle for Oyo now, and the way they do it, they will come, pastors from like north will come to Ibadan to do it, to hire people. They will take them there because people won't recognize them. But they said now, due to the high cost of things, men are see what Bulaba don't cost to. They are now charging 30,000 naira. From 5,000, it's now 30,000 naira. You have people that they are ready to pretend as if they are crippled until they actually act like they are praying for them, and they will stand up from the bench or the wheelchair they are sitting on. That is the life we are living in Nigeria. They lie to people. They tell you things that you don't. You keep wondering yourself, how did we get here? How did we get here as a country? What have we done so wrong that we've gotten here as a country? I played an audio a couple of times. I think about 2-3 months ago. I'm going to repeat that audio again for people to listen to.
The Zambian government, Bishop, sold the copper mines in northern Zambia to an outside consortium for $25 million. The copper mines for $25 million because they couldn't manage to keep them. The company that came in and took over the Zambian copper mines in 3 months made a profit of $75 million. They did not pay the Zambian government upfront in cash for the mines. They were going to pay them over a period of time. Here we have this company that has an understanding of how things work, raised the money at the government's expense, took money that the company should have, the government should have been making, and gave it back to the government and said, we paid our debt in full, and give them now 0.006% of the proceeds of copper mining. When right outside the door, there's people in poverty, people in not eating, people ignorant, people dying, high levels of AIDS. And what's the deal? Churches are full, people are praising God, Africans pray all night. Prayer is not in the success equation. Prayer is in the revelation equation. Decision making is in the success equation. You have to make a decision and be sound. We have to be disciplined and make sure we go and get what God has called us to get. You can be full of the Holy Ghost, but you can still be ignorant. But as for me and my house, I will get understanding. I will get understanding. I will get understanding. It's time now for us to rise up and be counted. This year, the country of Ghana turned 50. Ghana was born the same year we were born, in 1957. Ghana and South Korea had their independence dates on the same day, the same year. But look where South Korea is. South Korea is by nature not a Christian nation. South Korea by nature are Buddhists. China, which is the next large world economy, they have stated that in the next 10 years, 20% of the Chinese people will be multimillionaires. That means almost 450 million Chinese will be millionaires. They are not Christians, they are Buddhists. The Japanese are Shintoists. Those in Indonesia and Malaysia are Muslims. It's not about praising God and hallelujah and a great thank you, Jesus. It's about possessing an understanding as to how things work.
Possessing an understanding as at how things work. My father-in-law, Kolomba Mifonunke, he died a couple of years ago. I'm sure he'll probably be sending courses to Kubuyi now, because before he died, he not watch TV. They tell and say TV now for na devil's box. You know, watch TV now. After the man don't die, finish, then they talk say, they don't do wrong. Say they don't see say TV now can be used as a way of reaching out to people in mass, that the world is evolving, they want to evolve too. New cool they say. Because I keep saying it. You are in bed with these politicians. You know that if the economy is nice, if the economy is rosy, people will go to job Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Men, youth, we have the confidence to face women. We have the confidence to be ready to get married. You know that would happen. But instead, you would never let that happen, because you know nobody will come to church again. There's no how you're going to be feeding yourself. There's no how you're going to be maintaining your high-level lifestyle. You know that for a fact. The moment people realize that you are the engine, you are the one empowering those pastors, you are the one giving them the power. People need to understand. Going to church is not a bad thing. Am I that way the messing? Am I just cutting? No hearing, no powder, no jeans, no this, no that. That's your belief. But what has that done to you positively? How has that improved your country? How has that improved your community? How has that improved your lifestyle? Deeper life. But yet, the country is going deeper into corruption. The country is going deeper into shit every single bloody day. You said we should forgive the politicians. Okay, there are lots of them. But in particular, I'm going after Tinubu. We should forgive him. What should we forgive exactly about Tinubu? Are you talking about the past, or you're talking about the present? Because in the past, he has a lot of crime. The civil forfeiture, 25% to TNG crime, but he didn't meet up with that. Perjury, one bit, he has a lot. And currently, he has a lot going on. Not even the past. Currently now. Subsidy problem. Civil coup. I don't know what is his problem with war. NNPC. You have Nigerian Port Authority under his watch, and he's going to war. FIRS under his watch. Custom under his watch. He has destroyed Naira. People are dying of hunger. The country is more divided under him. So what exactly are we to forgive about him? What exactly are we to forgive about him? Over 50,000 Christians have been killed in Nigeria since the time of Boko Haram. Since, I think, 2009. Yeah, 2009. 30,000 of them. 30,000 of them happened under Buhari. 18,000 churches set on fire. 2,200 Christian schools were set ablaze. All over the country. None of these men of God are coming out to speak. None of them. And now they are talking about forgiveness. Not all of them. There are some well-meaning, good pastors speaking out. They don't care what they're doing to them. They don't care what they are saying to them. But they are still speaking out. They are speaking the truth. Look, if you've been doing something over and over for a very long time, it's only commonsensical for you to try something new. Nigeria, I've been going for 30 minutes now. I still have about 5 pages to eat. But no, Hold on. I want to give other people the chance to go. I will be coming in and out because I came prepared for this, guys. It is not going to be business as usual. We are getting our country back. We're not going to be rude to any one of you, but we want you to know that we're drawing that line now. Do not come outside and bamboozle us. You guys need to reason with us. And as I said, with the list of my foundation, I'm only talking about the right and the wrong, the good and the bad, the moral and the immorality, the common sense thing to do and the stupid thing not to do. That's it for now. Thank you guys for coming. I will jump in later on. I still have a lot to speak about, but I will jump in later on.
This is the home of data, facts and figures, and intellectual bass boosts. Congratulations, obedience, and every single one of you that comes to this platform. We have created what I would like to call the greatest Twitter space on record. Today's topic, the hypocrisy of Nigerian religious leaders, is a vast issue. As Jimmy said, 30 minutes plus of pure data. And you can see that he hasn't even scratched the surface of the hypocrisy that is the Nigerian religious leaders. So let me do something even worse. As Saddam would say, if you have high blood pressure, if you know that your head cannot collect some things, go and take your medication and wear your helmet. Because where we are going to go is a journey. But I want you to realize my submission is both for the Muslims and for the Christians. In everything I will read to you today, there is no part of it I am telling you church is bad. There is no part of it I am telling you become an atheist. There is no part of it I would demonize Christianity or Islam. But all I will make you understand is you too are worthy before the throne of grace, as worthy of God's love, God's respect, and God's miracles as your GOs. Always remember, Namumu, they believe Nigerian GOs. Let's start here. If you're a Christian, there are a few Bible verses that should actually give you a lot of joy. One of them is this one, Ephesians 4:15. Speak the truth in love. We are to grow up in all aspects into him who is the head, even Christ. Zechariah 8:16. These are the things which you should do. Speak the truth to one another. Judge with truth and judgment for peace in your gates. Ephesians 4:25. Therefore, lay aside falsehoods. Speak truth, each one of you with his neighbor, for we are members of one another. Proverbs 12:17. He who speaks truth tells what is right, but a false witness causes deceit. Psalm 15:2. He who walks with integrity and works righteousness and speaks truth in his heart is a delight to the Lord. You see, why am I reading all of this to you? Every religion respects one set of people. They respect the people who speak the truth. Job 33:3 said, my words are from the uprightness of my heart, and my lips speak truth and knowledge sincerely. Just in case you're wondering, is it only the Bible that speaks about truth? What of the Quran? Does the Quran say anything on truth? Yes, it does. It's an amazing book as well. And I tell people that everybody should read both books, no matter what your religion is. So let us start here with some beautiful surahs of the believers that are men who are true to the covenant which they made with Allah, God. So of them is he who accomplished his vow, and of them is he who yet waits, and they have not changed in the least. That is the Surah Azab 33:23 from the Holy Book. Another one, whoever obeys Allah and his prophet, peace be upon him, those are with those upon whom Allah has bestowed favors from among the prophets, and the truthful, and the martyrs, and the good, and a goodly company are they. They are a delight before Allah. Surah Nisa 4:69. The truthful, they are whom Allah bestows favors. Surah Maryam 19:58. Whoever obeys Allah and the apostle, peace be upon him, these are with whom upon Allah has bestowed favors from among the prophets, and the truthful, and the martyrs, and the good, and the goodly company. You need to understand that the truth is respected in every single religion, way of life, as long as humans are involved. What happened with Nigeria? The truth came to Nigeria and died. We have a country where a man cannot tell the truth about his certificates, and a lie needs another lie to cover it up. One lie about your admission needs a lie about the school clerk, needs another lie about, before you know it, you are using lawyers to defend something as simple as a certificate, which all of us have in our houses, so long as you're a graduate. Why am I leading you down the path of truth? Remember, the Bible says righteousness exalts a nation. Nigeria lost righteousness a long time ago. So, I'll also take you to where Jimmy took you. Nigerians, as Christians, have forgotten something. They have played you the same propaganda game they played the Muslims, aka you don't have the right to condemn a man of God. I need you to understand that every single apostle of Jesus died a horrible death. I need you to understand that the prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was in battles all through his life. Nothing came easy to these men. But you wake up today and you have created gods of men who are millionaires multiple times in dollars, and you tell yourself that these men are the men that will lead you to righteousness, when Jesus himself told you that it would be difficult, it would be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. Jesus himself said it will be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. But your pastors are wealthy and you are following these men. Are you not mad? You, the Nigerian, are you not crazy? Are you sure there is something not wrong with your thinking faculty? You have been so hoodwinked that a book with literally a few pages, you cannot memorize it. But every Sunday you will go and listen to somebody who is dumber than you, least smarter than you, less technologically savvy, less aware of what is going on in the world, tell you about the kingdom of heaven. Let us at least admit as Nigerians where our men of God had their flaws and where we as a people have been idiots for a very long time. But that mythology ends today. Remember, the Bible has also told you, Matthew 7:15-20, watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruits you recognize them. Do people pick grapes from the thorns or figs from thistles? Again, the Bible will also tell you, an elder must be blameless, faithful to his wife, a man whose children believe and are not open to the charge of being wild and disobedient. Since an overseer manages God's household, he must be blameless, not overbearing, not quick-tempered, not given to drunkenness, not violent, not pursuing dishonest gain. Titus 16 verse 6 and verse 7. I said I had to go through the Bible to find where the word overseer was. Let me read it for you again as a Christian. A lot of you don't even know. If they ask you as a Nigerian, is Titus in the Bible? Some of you know Titus Sardine, but many of you don't know that there's a book of Titus in the Bible. Titus 1, 6 and 7. An elder must be blameless, faithful to his wife, a man whose children believe and are not open to the charge of being wild and disobedient. Adeboye is not blameless. Oyakilome was not faithful to his wife. Adeboye's son, Leke Adeboye, is wild and disobedient. Verse 7, since an overseer manages God's household, he must be blameless. Every 99.9% of Nigerian overseers are all full of blame. They must not be quick-tempered. You see them flashing their tempers, arresting people. You say something about pastor will pick you up with DSS, transport you to Abuja. They must not be given to drunkenness. You see some Nigerian pastors, the kind of things they say, you can, I bet you if you do a toxicology report, he snorted at least 4 lines of cocaine and a bag of crack at the back end before you hear certain sermons. Not pursuing dishonest gain. Not pursuing dishonest gain. Which pastor that owns a university, that owns a private jet in this country, did not pursue dishonest gain? And we are here playing games. I will flog the imams as well. But until you show me a Nigerian imam, top 20 imams, till you show me 20 imams with the list of them being worth 20 million United States dollars, I promise you that the Nigerian Christian and the Nigerian Christianity Foundation has a larger problem with what is going on in this country. The Nigerian Christian and the Nigerian Christian Foundation has a larger problem with what is going on in this country. Islam probably has 10 to 15%. It is a deadly 10 to 15%. It is loud, it is bloodshedding, but the mischief and the way lives are lost to the illiteracy being pushed around by Nigerian general overseers, we probably lost more lives to the illiteracies. To Jehovah Witness telling you cannot do blood transfusion, we have probably lost more lives to that nonsense than terrorism. To Lazarus Morgan promotion of poverty, we've probably lost more lives. To W.F. Kumuyi and his poverty mentality and telling people that sickness was of God, don't need to treat yourself. For more than 6 decades unhinged, we have probably lost more lives to deeper life than to terrorism. I beat my chest and tell you that. You wake up in the morning. If you challenge Nigerians and tell them, get up by 7 a.m. There is a woman that does workouts on Instagram, Nigerian girl, 7 a.m. every morning. Now 22 people, they watch the girl. 22 people. But a pastor, 7 a.m. in the morning, 30-something thousand viewers on Instagram, 240,000 on YouTube. Everybody, please, I beg you, Nigerians, on the back end, you are mute. Just try this. Do you know the amount of cardio you do? The amount of cardio. But if I tell you, Nigerians, to go and walk out, 25,000 of you every morning, 7 a.m. If you do that religiously for 1 year, we will have 25,000 fit, mentally balanced, body nutrition-wise, smart and intelligent decision-making Nigerians. But you don't want that. You want 25,000 brainwashed dimwits. 7 a.m. religiously. There are many of you women, many of you men here who are religiously following these people 7 a.m. but you have not been to the fucking gym in 10 years. You can wake up and disturb the host of heaven before God has had breakfast. You're at his door by the tens of thousands, disturbing the pearly gates. When he has laid the earth bare before you. Work out and be fit. And you probably live to 80 or 90. Anything you do achieve at 40, you might do it at 60. There's no better gift God can give you on this earth than time and good health. 7 a.m. foolery every morning. Let's go back to data and figures. I love the Bible. It answers a lot of questions. 2 Peter 2. But there are also false prophets amongst the people, just as there will be false teachers amongst you. They will secretly introduce destructive heresies, even denying the sovereign Lord who brought them, bringing swift destruction to themselves and the people. Many will follow their depraved conduct and will bring the way of truth into disrepute. That is why a pastor would tell you that a man that is fighting with lawyers so that he cannot release something as simple as his documents should be president. Bringing the way of truth into disrepute, a bloody liar. In their greed, these teachers will exploit you with fabricated stories. Their condemnation has long been hanging over them, and their destruction has not been sleeping. For if God did not spare angels when they sinned, but sent them to hell, putting these men of God in chains of darkness to be held for judgment, if he did not spare them, he will not spare them. 2 Peter verse 2. Go and read it for yourself. It's in the Bible. Stop playing with yourself. Let's go back to data. The Nigerian pastors that you worship so much, that when they call their names in judgment, you start to tremble and send DMs. Ooh, what God cannot do. Ooh, redeemed. Pastor Chris Oyakilome, during the height of COVID, acted one of the greatest tomfooleries I've ever seen in my life. We all remembered his COVID 5G mask bullshit. We all remember vaccines are going to be nanochips put into you for the 666. Dummy. Slick-haired dummy. Let me remind you that in our cowardice in Nigeria, the Office of Communication, Ofcom, in the UK Broadcasting Regulation Authority placed a fine of £125,000 on March the 31st, 2021 on Love World Television Network, a station owned by church overseen by Chris Oyakilome. Why did they do this? They said he exposed viewers to inaccurate and potentially harmful claims about the coronavirus without providing adequate protection for his viewers. The agency noted that this is the second time in a year that the television network would breach the rules on accuracy in news and harm in its coverage of the coronavirus. Looking back at the coronavirus right now, should Chris Oyakilome have one single fucking person in his church today? After all the nonsense. He was drawing charts, pie charts. 5G. Not be the 5G they do Twitter spaces today. Not be the 5G they Tesla today. You die. God come. Now one wine Jesus. Should Chris Oyakilome, after such a dirty prophecy that didn't come through, have one person in his church today, after paying £125,000 fine to the UK? Let me go back again. A lot of you are very young and you might not know this. There was a time in Nigeria in 2004, God bless President Olusegun Obasanjo. One of the biggest sanities that happened in this country was when Olusegun Obasanjo as president forced the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, under the instructions of the president, to ban the showing of miracles on TV. Most programs had to be taken off air, especially a manual TV of Chris Oyakilome. As far back as 2004, this mischievous man has been causing problems for this country. Chris Oyakilome will blow breeze, boom, a whole stadium will fall down, cameraman go still gallant. And nobody was asking questions. As far back as 2004. There was a rule that Buhari was trying to push that if you have been a GO, literally a CEO of a company, for 10 years, you should be forced to hand over. Why should Adeboye be a life owner of Redeemed? How many pastors? They have 11,000 branches in Lagos State alone. Is there no worthy person to continue in that? Is it when he dies, he throws the place into confusion? Which company in the world, every CEO is forced to retire at 70? Which company in the world still has a CEO running into his senile years? Let us also go into some data, because Adeboye is somebody that you really need to look into if you're in Nigeria, to know whether you are deceiving yourself. Let me remind you guys, Pastor Enoch Adeboye in 2022, when he was celebrating his 77-year-old birthday, the pastor shared a story of how he had tea with God during breakfast a long time ago. He shared that story during a church service to boost the faith of his congregation. Remember, these words are not mine. The pastor said, according to him, he was in a lorry, Kwara State, with his wife, and they were both having breakfast when he noticed that the tea finished before it should have. He then heard the voice of God telling him he had invited him to eat with them before they began eating. He said his relationship with God is a special one that is difficult to describe to others. No wahala. No wahala, Enoch. No wahala. All right. Pastor Adeboye also, at one point in his life, there is a beautiful article on Sahara Reporters. Pastor Adeboye, a prophet or an imposter? A candid look at his 2016 prophecies by Ijaba Raymond. And this thing was written January 15, 2016, Sahara Reporters. Pastor Adeboye, a prophet or an imposter? Why? There are so many things this man raised that was beautiful. He raised the fact that why is it that till today Pastor Adeboye built a church on the Lagos-Ibadan motorway, and that church, the situation of that church has caused perennial traffic for people around that area, yet nothing has been done about it. If I say if it was an Igbo pastor now, you people will say that I've started. Till today, there was a time that Nigerians had to go and know when Redeemed was having program before you can pass that road. Okay. Now, Pastor Adeboye always uses mental gimmicks to persuade his members to give him money. In 2016, Pastor Adeboye was reported to have told his members, let me tell you the truth. The only reason we still take offerings from you in Redeemed Christian Church of God is to get you out of poverty. When you give offerings, you are sending your money to heaven. In a few years before 2016, Pastor Adeboye claimed that he drove his car during fuel subsidy crisis from Ore to Lagos and received a thunderous applause from his congregation. I beg of you, there are a lot of things your average Nigerian GO has said in public. If they were said by a regular citizen, that person will currently have a bed in Yaba Psychiatric Hospital. But you allow this nonsense fly around because these are men of God. A man of God is the only title that has nothing attached to it. If you want to be a man of God under the old Orthodox churches, you at least have to study theology. You at least have to go to a Bible college. These crackheads wake up in the morning, formulate a dumbass story, start wearing fancy suits, and tell you that they're pastors. And you are going to believe them.
Sorry, you know,
Who
complete
called them?
now. You know, complete them. He drove that car on empty tank or not. Fuel no the
Empty tank, yes. Empty tank. If somebody met you on the road and said, hey bro, do you know, man, God was so good to me. I drove my car, empty tank, from Ore, Ilorin to Ore to Lagos. Please give me 10 million naira of yours. Let me go and invest for you. You go look this person and say, be like, this guy, no be like say, he might be a professor of maths, but I'm not sure everything is complete. But if that same person tells you I'm a man of God, and God allowed me to drive my car empty or to Lagos, give me 10 million of your naira as tithes. I'm not even going to give you anything, but I'll pray for you. You will consider it. You are mad. You are mad. Let us go back to data, because data does not lie. Oyakilome is another interesting person, but I will leave him for a minute and go to Kumuyi, another hypocrite. Under normal circumstances, Kumuyi is another person that should have nobody listening to him, attending his churches, or even taking him serious. The amount of mischief, cult-like brainwashing that man engineered upon Nigerians took 2 generations to stamp out, and the arrival of the internet. If not, Kumuyi would have taken a huge part of the Nigerian church and kept them in penury for years. He truly was a prophet of poverty. When the Nigerian scam pastorpreneurs were pushing the prosperity gospel, Kumuyi was actively destroying the middle class, which is the hope of any country, by pushing a poverty doctrine. Such men are dangerous to the body of Christ and should never be listened to and should be spat at when they make prophecies in public. God forbid. How can a man have a history of false prophecies towards the Nigerian government and the Nigerian people 4 consecutive times since 2016? Such a man should never be allowed to speak in the community of Christians. But here we are. Prophet Kumuyi, the gods. There's a beautiful Naira Land Forum column called 5 Old Beliefs of Pastor Kumuyi of Deeper Life, which he later abandoned. Number 1, television. In the early days of Deeper Life Church, television and anything that relates to it was seen as a taboo. Can you imagine how many families that were not allowed to access television, which would technically be the first line of intelligence that a whole generation received before the advent of the internet? We saw Deeper Life people, they were actually dimwits, and we complained. Not this new funky Deeper Life, the old ones, and we complained. The gadget was tagged the box of the devil, the devil's box. Members of the church were strictly warned against TV, video cameras in weddings, and so on. There are people in Deeper Life today that have no pictures of their wedding because Kumuyi told them not to believe in cameras. Now, Deeper Life Bible Church has over 10,000 televisions in their various churches for live transmissions. A hypocrite, a liar, and a false prophet. Video cameras are also being used in every event to televise Kumuyi live. Number 2, doctrine. Be happy when you are sick. In one of the old messages of Pastor Kumuyi, he made mention that saints and Christians should be happy when they are sick because it should be a thing of joy when it's time to cross over to the other side of eternity, heaven. But today, Pastor Kumuyi now prays against death for members of the churches, especially the rich ones, and even organizes monthly programs and crusades against every form of sickness. Number 3, Pastor Kumuyi had an issue with wearing of suits. He never publicly came out to say, but he said he preferred wearing shirts and trousers, and that was majorly his mode of dressing until the early 2000s. Do you remember that there is a prophet in this country of the Celestial Church of Christ who, because the man apparently biologically had large feet and couldn't find shoes, he walked around barefoot and forced an entire sect of people to walk around barefoot till today? Waiting concern that one with Jesus. If you talk, they go say you are condemning Sele. Do you see the amount of madness going on? Building of schools by the church. It was believed that the church the Deeper Life told their people, don't build any university or schools in the past. Members were just to spread the gospel and shine as salt of the world. But today, Deeper Life has many secondary schools, high schools, and a university called Anchor University. Number 5, use of handkerchief in healing. In the late 80s, handkerchiefs was highly used in healing. People were told to buy handkerchiefs. Handkerchiefs was before holy olive oil. If you're a Nigerian Christian, white handkerchief was the hot cake selling out before we started buying olive oil. Kumuyi had issues with handkerchief. Today, Kumuyi, they use handkerchief. Go and check all these things. And a million and other nonsense Kumuyi led people through his Deeper Life ministries. Today, the Lord has exposed him. But how many people died? I have a friend that jackpot all the children left their father because he was in Deeper Life and was wrecking their lives. They ran to UK and never communicated with that man again. These are the bullshit we have entitled in the name of Christianity. But let me leave Christianity and go to the beautiful religion of Islam. Islam in Nigeria has some really terrible imams. You might not know this, but 2 Islamic clerics from Nigeria sent letters to the United States District Judge handling the fraud trial of Raymond Hushpuppi Abbas, describing the internet sensation as a philanthropist who used his vast fortunes to support poor families, especially Muslims, and executed a lot of Islamic projects. They were Imam Razak Olopede, and his mosque is in Lagos. He stood as a character witness for Hushpuppi, and he's described Hushpuppi as a young and thriving adult with a keen interest for development of his community. The Imam said Hushpuppi is a frequent donator to the mosque I lead, adding that Raymond would usually contribute his part to anything that concerns the mosque. He would offer financial support at every given time when the mosque was holding events. He said Hushpuppi donated to the mosque to Muslims and poor families, November 5th, 2022, from Bala Blue. If you think that Nigerian pastors are bad, I present to you Nigerian imams. If you think Nigerian pastors are bad, I present to you Nigerian imams. A Kano Sharia court sentenced an imam to jail for 500 million naira fraud in 19th of January 2023. There is another story of an imam that will blow your mind. Let me find it for you. This one, the imam scammed a man of 3 million United States dollars. Follow me to the EFCC page. This will crack you up. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Kaduna Zonal Office, arrested one Malam Imam Abdul Rashid Imam for defrauding one architect Mohammed Dewu to the tune of 3,024,000 United States dollars. Listen carefully. The arrest came as a result of a petition written by the architect who alleged that sometime in October of 2019, the suspect fraudulently collected the money from him, claiming that he, the imam, has the ability to impact Quranic knowledge to him by inserting a complete Quran into his head through the aid of jinns, spirits that he, the imam, was working with. He said that the imam made him purchase several items as follows: 2 bottles of perfumes at 70,000 naira each, 1 bottle of special perfume at 160,000 naira, 1 bottle of perfume for the medicine for his mother's sickness at 550,000 naira, a set of 60 perfumes to activate the Quranic verses that will be implanted into his brain by the power of the spirits at 1.68 million naira, 2 mobile phones, SIM cards, 20,000 naira each, 30 buckets of honey that will enable him transfer the Quranic verses to his brain. He paid the sum of $24,000 at one time in 2019. The suspect also asked the petitioner to pay $120,000 to help him secure money that will be dropped in 2 boxes in his room to also help with this Quran. This, if any Yahoo pass this one, $3 million. Say you go put Quran for person head through the power of the Holy Spirits, jinns. If you meet Architect Dewu today and tell him, Architect Dewu, we have a movement called Violence Space, we have a media arm, we have Wala Records, please give us $1 million. Help us to push it. Architect Dewu will not agree. If you tell Architect Dewu today that Architect Dewu, in your village, bring $1 million, let us make sure that all the children will upgrade primary school, Architect Dewu will not agree. But Architect Dewu dropped 3 million United States dollars to buy 70 bottles of special perfume and 30 buckets of honey. If you think Nigerian pastors are bad, I present you Nigerian imams once again. Let me take you to another controversial pastor He's late today, but his name used to always cause a lot of problems. And he goes by the name of T.B. Joshua. T.B. Joshua in 2016, another terrible false prophet. I say this with no fear or favor. He prophesied that Hillary Clinton would win the elections. When Donald Trump won the elections, Vanguard newspaper.com, November 20th, 2016 says, T.B. Joshua, prayers of Americans reversed my prophecy on the US election. T.B. Joshua said, following his prophecy before the election, some concerned Americans went into deep prayers and fasted, which prompted God to hearken to their voice, thereby reversing Hillary Clinton's win. Only a madman will say this, and only mad people will take him serious. Let me also remind you, Nigerians, because we also are a nation that forgets. But for somebody with a memory like mine, it is painful to actually exist as a Nigerian. Let me remind you that T.B. Joshua was building a church, or had a guest house in his synagogue, Church of All Nations. The guest house was built for 2 floors. T.B. Joshua added 4 more floors, 6 floors, and it killed more than 100 people. That matter was so evil that over 80-something South Africans died. Let me remind you that if there was, do you understand that we're going to war in Niger because they took out a president? Imagine if 84 South Africans came to Nigeria on an excursion and were kidnapped by Boko Haram and murdered. We would be at war with South Africa today. But T.B. Joshua added 4 structures to a building. 100, close to 200 people died. 84 South Africans or more, almost 100 South Africans died in that rubble. Their dead bodies were airlifted and sent back to South Africa. And T.B. Joshua denied it. Matter of fact, T.B. Joshua was such a bastard that T.B. Joshua on public record said a plane flew over that building, and that's why that building collapsed. Dear T.B. Joshua, planes have been flying over Ajawa Estate and no building in Ajawa Estate has collapsed. Google these things, let it not be that they are my words. I repeat, anything that would have made 84 South Africans die in any other circumstance that was not religious, Nigeria would have been at war with a nuclear arm owning country. But it was under religion. How that matter blew over till today, I do not know. Another one, Pastor Apostle Suleiman Johnson Suleiman. Sahara reporters said as at 2022-2021, Apostle Suleiman, Nigerians demand probe of Apostle Suleiman's 4 unresolved sex scandals. As at 2021, a Nollywood actress and human rights activist Choma Ifemeludike became the latest woman to claim Suleiman paid her over 500,000 naira and had sex with her. Apostle Johnson Suleiman owns a church called Omega Fire Ministries. Apostle Johnson Suleiman is such a sexual pervert that his nudes are on Google for everybody to search till today. He had sexual liaisons with a young lady called Stella Otobo. He flew her around the world. He made her abort a pregnancy in one of the most wicked ways. He literally gave the young lady poison to drink, to die. And that was what caused her vengeance. Apostle Suleiman, as I speak to you, has his dick online, but people still go to that church. Are you not mad? How many GOs have I called for you people now? False prophets, all of them. I remember when Daddy Freeze, my colleague at Cool FM, started his war against tithing. And all the Nigerian GOs had smoke for him. Ooh, he touched the money. But you see them during election. They could not even tell people to get their PVCs. The Nigerian church encourages poverty. No nation progresses without a vibrant middle class. The middle class, let me explain to you. A rich man will give birth to 2 children. They will have 3 cars in their house. There are no aspirations amongst the wealthy. The middle class, in my father's house, there are 5 children. Each of us has a car. So they space no the compound, some they park outside. The middle class are the spenders. The middle class want to all carry iPhones. You've seen the rich. You've seen their phones. Simple people. The rich don't want to wear Gucci. But you have the Nigerian church. How do you have a church that pushes the prosperity doctrine, but everything they do pushes the people into poverty? The Nigerian church has pushed the prosperity doctrine for 4 decades, at least 40 years, and we are still number 1 in every poverty index and indices worldwide. And you are still going to church. Last but not the least, do not forget that the same Apostle Johnson Suleiman was attacked by murderers. Please, which pastor has people that want to kill him so bad that they killed 6 people in his convoy, including 4 police operatives and 2 random members of his church? Please, what did you do as a pastor that was so bad that these people sat down with AK-47s and sprayed at your bulletproof car, trying to kill your wife and your 4 children? If you Google pastor, EFCC, back-to-back problem. If you Google imam, EFCC, oh my God, you will weep. There is a story of a pastor helping Yahoo boys. His court was 15 million naira and a BMW. He went to prison for 3 years. They use pastors in the south. They use Muslims, imams, and the political leaders in the north. Let me remind you of how wicked the northern political leaders are. Some of them are truly devilish. At the height of the subsidy scandal, subsidy issues, the poverty problems in the country, the Kano state government woke up and approved 845 million naira for mass weddings, but turned around and approved 700 million naira for Bayero University student school fees. So the Kano governor is telling you that mass wedding is more important than people to go to school in Kano. Mass wedding. Who won't marry? Come, we go cook rice. Then everybody go marry en mass. 800 and something million. Does that show that that governor has his priorities right? And this is how they've been. Google mass wedding, northern Nigeria. What kind of stupid concept is that? Why don't you use that 845 million and upgrade primary and secondary schools? Then use 700 million and upgrade Bayero University students. They will not do that. They want you daft, but keep marrying and keep churning out voters for them. Keep churning them out. Don't care if the lady gets VVS. The hypocrisy of the Nigerian religious leader should come to an end, but it will only come to an end from you, the Nigerian people. You sit down in church. If any Nigerian, you once you mention a falsehood to a Nigerian, hey, they will challenge you. But they will sit in church and pastor go through lamba in a 40-minute sermon, and no Nigerian will raise up his hand and say, I'm sorry, sir, you are wrong. That nonsense ends with the obedient movement. We cannot continue this bullshit. That nonsense of when truth is being sold or being told to a Nigerian religious leader, you start going around telling people, touch not my anointed, hush, hush, maybe we shouldn't call him out. He's an elder. That nonsense should stop immediately. You have been a Christian. If you're on this space, you're at least 20 to 30 years old. You have been a Christian. You have been a Christian. Has God drank Bonvita, Milo, or Nescafe with you? What makes Adeboye more worthy of tea with Jesus? On this entire violent space, you want to tell me out of 2,000 people on this violent space, God has not drank tea with none of us? He has not found us worthy of drinking tea? But he drank tea with Enoch. Makano, he was born by Immaculate Conception. Namumu, they believe Nigerian GOs. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Honestly, just energy well now. Real mumu, they believe Nigerian GOs. So hopefully, hopefully, at the end of today's space, many people's eyes will be open to understand that these people are just normal human beings like me and you that have used the system that we are in to benefit themselves and their families, becoming so wealthy and untouchable. Let's keep the conversation rolling. I think Wealthy Nigeria can come in right now. Then we'll open up the space. Thank you guys for your patience. I think today's space will go.
Saddam, please, I'll send you a list. 15 of the wealthiest Nigerian pastors and their net worth. It's a 1 minute submission. Can I wrap that up, please?
You can.
But is that okay?
Yeah, go on.
All right. So it is so bad, like that thing you said that what's his name says, that you don't know the pastors of any other country, but in the Nigerian pastors are all over Google. The top 14 richest pastors.
Sizzle, sorry, before you go ahead, please,
Yes,
everyone, check on the Jumbotron. Apparently, there was a pastor that was bothered about the life of Nigerians. He now went to God, he prayed on one rock like that. He prayed to God, and God sent him master keys of David. God sent a lot. God even spoke to him. The video is on Jumbotron. God told him, you go hear God's voice.
Never forget, the Psychiatric Association of Nigeria says more than 60 million Nigerians suffer from mental illness. That is fact. So let me just wrap this up very quickly. The 14 richest pastors in Nigeria. Number 1, Bishop David Oyedepo. His net worth on Forbes is, as at 2011, was 150 million United States dollars. Number 2, Pastor Enoch Adejara Adeboye. His net worth, as at now, is definitely in at least over $1 billion United States dollars. Forbes estimated number 3, Pastor Chris Oyakilome, as at 2011 at $30 million and $50 million. As at 2011. Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo, another pastor that used Lambert himself into oblivion, $10 million as at 2011. I know I'm telling you this. They have so shrouded their latest figures, but when they were really in their prosperity groove, they were coming out and saying it. Bishop Ayodele Orise Jaffo, in July of 2010, as at then he was worth about $15 million. Pastor Chris Okotie was worth about $10 million in 2011. He also owned a Rolls Royce and a private jet. Pastor Benga Osho, the founder of Laughter Foundation Church, little known pastor, but a millionaire in dollars. Pastor Lazarus Moka is one of the top richest pastors in Nigeria, but I don't get how he is so rich, but somehow he pushes poverty. Makes no sense. Pastor Bishop Mike Okonkwo from Anambra State, another millionaire in dollars. Pastor Joshua Iginla, has an 80,000 seat auditorium in Kubwa, Abuja, but he doesn't have an 80,000 man employing business, but he has an 80,000 seat auditorium in Abuja. Pastor Iginla in 2019 celebrated his birthday with a new private jet valued at about $25 million. Pastor Chinyere Chibuzo, the pastor of Omega Power Ministries, you've seen his issue with the boys that came out, and also the young lady that came out and accused him of rape and impregnating her. Dr. Daniel Olukoya of the Mountain of Fire and Miracles Ministry, another poverty pusher. You can call it anything you want. Olukoya encourages poverty. Pastor Wole Oladiyun, another one. Pastor Joseph Agboli. It is so sad. Pastor Kumuyi is also here. He was worth about $10 million as far back as 2016. We cannot continue like this, Nigeria. I yield.
The net worth of all these people put together and our budget of Nigeria, net worth of all these pastors, just see how much $1 million, dollars as in millions of dollars.
Since they this was when they were still in the business of churching. Since they diversified their portfolio into oil and gas, political dealings, universities, schools, and actual outright business ventures via selling of armbands, selling of they can right now all their accounts are shrouded in mystery. Anybody giving you the net worth of a Nigerian pastor is giving you an estimate. These people are worth billions of dollars. For what, Saddam? For what? And there's so much poverty in the land, and they will not even tell people, go and get your PVC. Forget Peter Obi, just get your PVCs.
You know, it's crazy. It's crazy how it's crazy.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you right there. Thanks for your time with us. I think it's time for us to talk about what we are here for today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please press on the like button and let's do this together. I have to stop it right there so I can bring in my panelists. I have other couple of things to share with you as well. As you all can see right there, that Tinubu is about to increase the salary of all the judges in Nigeria. So Tinubu is about to do that now. I don't know why now, so we're going to be taking on that as well. Yes, it's very, very unfortunate that, because thank you very, very much, Violence Space. You guys are doing great. To be honest, I like it when it's a collective effort. If I have to add to what the last presenter just said, that after this broadcast, a lot of people will learn. I want to disagree. They will never learn. You said that the other ones are private parties everywhere on Google and all that. After this revelation, many of the followers will learn. I want to respond to that. They will never learn. And you've given their net worth of millions of dollars, and you said after that, all people will learn. They will never learn. In fact, the only thing that will learn here is to insult you. That is what they believe on. It's very, very sad that Nigerians prefer to pray rather to put in the effort to become what you wish to be in life. Many of them prefer to pray. When you talk to them, they say, God forbid. When you talk to them, they say, I rebuke. When you talk to them, they say, I cast. It's very sad. Almost all my life in United Kingdom, I've never seen the British people carrying church in their head the way we're doing in Nigeria. Guess what? There's a better life in the United Kingdom. There's a better life in America. There's a better life in every part of other countries except Africa. I don't know how to talk to you guys. I just want my mandate. That's all. Because there's no way you can talk to these people. Then automatically you might even become a Satan in their eyes. Because anybody that advised them, automatically you are a Satan, you are a devil. They believe that you're a devil. You're trying to drag them away from the hands of the pastor. And I want to also agree from what the I think that was Jimmy, what Jimmy said, that most of these women respect their pastors more than their husbands. That is true and fact. We've seen series. In fact, there's our neighbor then, close to my dad's house, who the husband actually, my use pidgin talk this one, the husband break her head then because of the continuous services to our husband instead of to our pastor instead of our husband. And we've read and we've seen, we've watched, we've seen, many of you can testify to this. Many women don't have respect for their husband, but they have for their pastor, 100%. I want to say this. Okay, no, I won't leave it. There's something I wanted to say, but I'll leave it. I just want people to understand that I'm here for my mandate. I just want a better Nigeria. But I know that not even Peter Obi can change the way the religion thing is going in Nigeria. On that, I will never back Peter Obi on that. He can never change it. And he will not. Not that he cannot change it, he will not attempt. All of us have been captured. Almost all of us have been captured. I will say, including Peter Obi. Peter Obi will not change the way religion is going in Nigeria. What Peter Obi can change is corruption. He will not touch anything to do with religion. I'm telling you, Mona, go write that down. Don't say when I talk something, and some of you now say, what are you saying? Yeah, what do you know? Okay, you not go there. Peter Obi not go that area. Peter Obi go help us repair Nigeria. In fact, Peter Obi will be the best president Nigeria have ever had. But he will never touch religion. And there's a big problem there. He will never. There's a big problem there. Some of you right now are already rebuking. I beg you, I don't want to talk put hair. Bible say touch not my anointed. That's the only verse we many of you know for Bible. Touch not my anointed. They're going down, do my prophet no harm. God. Wow. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. Thanks for your time with us. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I'm going to check, send a link. A link have been sent. Press on the like button and let's do this together. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Help me to press on that like button. Let's do this together, my people. Press on the like. In case you want to join us on this conversation, because I'm going to take on the promise from Tinubu right now, so we can take all that together. Unfortunately, the way Nigeria is going is not helpful. It's not looking good. We can't continue like this if we want to have a better Nigeria. You see the way everywhere quiet. Now outside I deal. Now outside I talk to owner. It says everywhere quiet. The only thing we would hear now bed. But for Nigerians when they speak like this, you go dey hear church don already start in advance against tomorrow. In fact, church services for Nigeria are Monday to Monday, 365 days in a year. And you give offering for that whole 7 days. We can't continue like this. Can't continue like this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chooks. I don't see you. Okay, Mr. Chooks, are you hearing me? Yes, thank you, sir. I don't see you already. Good evening to you, sir. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, fellow panelists and everybody watching us. Thank you, for this wonderful opportunity. It's been a while, my mobile network, I go places and it's tough now. I don't know what is going on, but I'm always on the background. The mystery is I can listen, but if I try to call or be on the panel, it becomes a problem. I don't know why. But listening, I don't have any problem.
You're always with us.
I'm always with you guys. Let's spike it on. And thank you. You see these videos you played this evening. You wouldn't know what you just did, because I don't know the violent space viewers, but I'm sure this platform is a household platform in Nigeria, and many people will learn a lot. In fact, I learned a lot from that video. There are so many things, especially the last speaker, what he said, that I never know it happened or whatever, but today I learned a lot. And the word he used to end it, still, all these people are still going to the same church that has all these baggages. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, sir. No matter how you try to expose the pastor, they are not interested. They see you as devil. That's just it. Thank you very much, Amaka Fojebi, for the super chat. May God bless you guys. It's Saturday. Try to emulate them. What Amaka Fojebi just did right now and support what we are doing. Justin Okolo, thank you very much as well for the super chat. May God bless you. I really do appreciate every one of you. Thank you, my people. God bless you all. All right. I would like to call Madanena. I don't see you already. Mr. Sunday. Okay, let me come to Madanena. Good evening to you, ma. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing good, Mr. Elvis. God bless you. Honestly, I was listening with very rapt interest about everything that is being said. It's so pathetic. Anyway, we'll leave it here for now. Thank you so much, Niger Watch family. God bless everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. All right. I have Sunday with us. Sunday, thank you very much for joining us. Can you hear me, Sunday? Your network always. I can see you're frozen. You're just there. Who is Influence? Influence, please turn on your camera. I think it's your first time here. Let me see who is behind the name Influence. Influence, please turn on your camera if you can hear me because you unmuted yourself. Okay, that's fine. Influence, thank you. Okay, Influence, is it your first time here?
Yeah, it's my first time on live, but I have been following you. I've been watching your program.
Okay, but it's your first time on the panel. Okay. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you. Where are you joining us from?
From Paris, France.
From Paris. Let's not get light for France.
In my room, sir. You know,
I know.
electricity this time.
I just the joke, sir. Thank you very much. I beg, I'll come back to you shortly. All right. Let's see if we can have Mr. Sunday now. Mr. Sunday, can you hear me, sir? Mr. Sunday? You are muted.
Hello.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Sunday. Good evening to you, sir. Where you join us from?
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Please, can you hear me? Good evening.
I said the
Hello.
greetings are very slow. We don't talk. Maybe before you go hear my
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, the thing is slow.
Hello.
That's why I'm answering. You know, his network is all. This is what we are fighting. Okay, Mr. Sunday, this is sad. I cannot even mute you. I'll put on the backstage for now. This is one of the things we're talking about. We're fighting for a better Nigeria. You see, that it's already affecting Mr. Sunday because obviously he joined us from Lagos. Yeah, he has joined us before. But yeah, that's the problem we're facing in Nigeria. It's very, very sad. All right, Mr. Moses, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. How are you doing today, sir? Good evening to you. Oh, we lost you there. Okay, we have another Mr. Moses again. Okay, it's the same one. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Even you, Mr. Moses, your network. Can you hear me?
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Thank you. Please, where are you joining us from, Mr. Moses?
Yeah, I'm joining from Ibadan.
From Ibadan. Okay, wonderful. All right, I'll come back to you. I'll prioritize you. Good evening to you. Thank you. All right, let's see. Mr. Sunday, unfortunately, you're here, but I don't know what is happening. But before that, I would like us to take this article quickly. I'll put it on the backstage for now. You know, I have Peter on the backstage as well. Please turn on your camera. Let me see who is behind the name Peter. All right, thank you very much. I want to be Ferdinand. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. God bless you. I appreciate every one of you. Happy weekend to you all. Please press on the like button and help us to share. Mr. I want to be Ferdinand. May God bless you, sir. I appreciate you always. All right, let's take on this article quickly, you know, because I don't really want to take more presentation today. If it's just two, that's fine. We can just take it from there. But meanwhile, let's take this. Let me put on the screen so we can take it together. My concern now is say Tinubu want increase the salary of our judges. I don't know, sir. Sometimes we like say I they quit the talk. That make me like I want to learn, make I the hear on our opinion first. Because I don't want you guys to follow my opinion in most cases. Let me also learn from you guys, you know. Although we're learning from each other's here, because we don't understand. Tinubu's promises to review of judges' salaries to curb judicial corruption. When I hear that last word, the reason why I want to increase their salary, say, you know, to court so that their eye not the day, I want to talk about their eye not the day bigger things anymore to engage in any kind of corruption. Hey, God. Wow. How did we end here? All right, let me take this. I have a couple of people in the backstage now. Okay, Mr. Chusa, people say you're back. Okay. Mr. Peter, you did turn on your camera. Unfortunately, I'm not going to let you in now. But let's take this article quickly, my people. Let's take this quickly. I really want to hear from the people. We're also going to hear from Omoyele Sowore and one of our obedient member. Okay, let's hear this. Salaries to curb judicial corruption. Okay. President Bola Tinubu has promised to review Nigerian judges' remuneration. Mr. Tinubu made this promise while receiving the leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) on Thursday at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. He said the government would assess the template for salaries of judicial officers. The NBA delegation was led by the association president Yakubu Makiu, a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN presidential spokesperson Ayuri Ingelala, said in a statement on Friday. The president, according to the statement, noted that the fight against corruption necessitates a comprehensive review of the salary and allowances of judicial officers. He promised that the administration would conclude a thorough review of the remuneration template of the judicial officers in the country. Recalling Mr. Tinubu justice sector reform in the Lagos state, I don't really want to go there. Let's stop you right there. You see, this name one they see, so they are also corrupt in Nigeria. This name, NBA, Nigeria Bar Association. See them? They rub finger, they rub mind, they rub shoulder, everything with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Go help us.
Africa's largest economy faces very significant human development challenges, currently ranking 150 out of 157 countries in the World Bank's Human Capital Index. Where did we get it wrong and what lies ahead?
Well, thank you for bringing me. And it's also great to see Chris on the screen on the other side. I think it's very interesting that the World Bank is the one expressing to the world that we are now lacking in human capital development. But what we must understand is that Nigeria was subjected to economic policies that actually degraded its capacity to produce people with capacity. And that was through the structural adjustment programs that was imposed on the military and that was executed precisely to achieve the objective that they are now reporting on. I became an activist.
Can you tell us some of those policies?
Yes, first and foremost, in 1989, as I was arriving at the University of Lagos, the World Bank was also giving Nigeria a $120 million loan, supposedly to fix our universities. But they knew that we didn't need that loan. What we needed was a leadership that could have invested in education. But the structural adjustment program specifically targeted the number of universities. Said there were too many universities, government had no business investing in free education. But look at it, some 30-something years later, the people that were half-trained by Nigerian universities are now being brought to the UK, Europe, and America as doctors after COVID-19 hit them. So had we had that opportunity to progress when we started free education, invested in education the way we should, had we had the opportunity to have an unbroken leadership in the civilian sector, we would not have had that break that led to the destruction of that human capital development they are reporting upon. So they are guilty. The World Bank, the IMF, they are guilty of this. They know the kind of policies that they have spread over time.
But you know, leadership changes hands, so the leadership then will be different from the leadership today. Whoever put the report together will be different from who's managing
their ways
aspects.
Because we are still dealing with structural adjustment program. The current dislocation that they imposed on Nigeria through the removal of so-called fuel subsidy, it was a World Bank and IMF prescription. And the man who read it on the day of his own inauguration probably didn't even think about the fact that the moment you have 80% of your economy in the informal sector, you just can't come up one day and destroy opportunities that people have to do business and live. Because you already know the statistics of how many Nigerians are living below $1 per day. And what is $1 today is almost 950 naira to $1. as of 6 months ago, the Naira was stronger than it is today. It has depreciated over time. So what I'm saying is that it's not as if we should blame the World Bank and the IMF all the time for, but you would link that with the kind of leadership they also promote. I'm talking about the West on the continent of Africa, the kind of characters they impose. And I think we're going to talk about this later. Since independence on the continent of Africa, what they did, killing the real leaders of Africa who fought for independence. Some of them were killed through coups. Mm-hmm. Some of them were killed through, mysterious plane, crashes. And they have now also started directly, killing people. And you now have reached a point where even military rule has returned to the continent of Africa. Africa is not making progress with the return of the military to power. You now find even a new generation of young Africans who are hailing military Boy Scouts, who are taking over all these African and West African countries. That's not progress. Mm-hmm. But you cannot divorce that from the history of Africa, how Africa got to where it is, and the position of these institutions, international institutions, who keep imposing upon Africans economic policies that would not allow Africa to develop, especially their position on education, their position on public welfare, housing. When I came to Lagos...
So you're saying they are currently dictating Africa's status at the moment?
Look, the most powerful person internationally in Nigeria is probably the IMF country director. They can walk into your president at any time and tell him, oh, this is not going to work. Even when they say it in private and you don't listen, they call a press conference and say, we are not going to accept Nigeria's economic policy because this is not good for us. But they know what they are doing. They are preparing your country for their factories to dump whatever it is they want to dump on you. It is easier now to impose Americans' wheat on the Nigerian bread industry to make bread. But guess what? The farmers who are growing wheat in America are the most subsidized farmers in the US. So how do you compete with a farmer who is subsidized to grow wheat in America? And through the WTO, the World Trade Organization imposes that you must take a certain tonnage of wheat into your country, whether you like it or not. That will kill your own local production of wheat, which we are capable of doing. So a lot of people don't know that some of these policies are part of the reasons why they are killing us. And that is why the West don't like African leaders who are conscious, who are brilliant, who understand the mechanics of how they manipulate our economic policies to pauperize us. They like cooking up numbers. You mentioned earlier that Nigeria is the biggest economy on the continent of Africa. I don't know how you came about that. Mm-hmm. How are we big when we don't have electricity? You understand?
Potentials.
Well, maybe potentials.
The economic
but how are we big when you don't have electricity?
Buoyant.
You can't even electrify half of a city. How can you be big?
Yeah.
It's not a big economy.
Well, let's look at our
Nigeria is the big for nothing, what fella used to call BBC, big blind country on the continent of Africa.
With huge potential.
It has huge potential, but for you to get to that potential, you must remove the roadblocks. Leadership is a major factor in making sure that Nigeria is in charge of the destiny of Africa. The fact that we need ECOWAS to speak to Boy Scouts in Niger and all that shows our weakness. If Nigeria were to be the right country, in position that it ought to be on the continent of Africa, we don't need West Africa to tell our neighbors in Niger that they should sustain democracy.
Absolutely. Let me bring in Unwa Okobia from our Abuja studio. Unwa Okobia, how would you analyze Nigeria's current government and state of leadership in line with what Sowore just said? What updates on the judiciary matters ongoing? And do you foresee Nigeria having a seat at global leadership gatherings, including the BRICS and the upcoming G20, within the nearer future?
Let me first of all appreciate Arise TV for this incisive dialogue, if you like. Let me salute my brother there. Interestingly, we've come a long way. We were born in the same year. And our passion for a new Nigeria, a new Africa, and a new deal for our people is top-notch. But let me clearly say that as we discuss these issues, we must locate leadership in Nigeria and indeed Africa in proper perspective. Do we have leaders? And some of my friends will say, oh, at best what we have are rulers who are egocentric, who are self-centered, who are egotistic, and to whom leadership is just about me, myself, and I. I think that the way forward for Africa is first to grow leaders who are nationalistic, who are Pan-African, and who, beyond populism, care about their people and about our continent. We need Pan-Africanists who truly will determine the destiny and the fate of the African continent and indeed our people. Can Nigeria get into BRICS and perhaps occupy a seat at the United Nations Security Council? The answer is yes, but how? When? And how can we do that? And let me say simply that we must first of all grow leaders who are totally people-centered and people-centric. We must grow leaders who truly care about you and I, who truly care about our country, and who truly care about the masses of our people. Until that is done, you know, there's a popular cliche that we all grew up knowing, and that obtains even in the deepest and the most exclusive rooms where policies and global issues are discussed. Charity begins at home. How much charity do you have at home? My brother there noted something which is very germane. Do we have leaders who are able to say to the World Bank and the IMF, to this extent is yes, and to this extent is a capital no? Because every country that's come out of poverty to promise, every country that's come out of disease and despondency to greatness, every country that's come out of want to plenty, has policies that are intrinsic, traditional, and natural to it, not policies thrown on her by the World Bank, the Bretton Woods, and the IMF. And for as long as our leaders, I had the incumbent president a few days ago saying that he's under pressure to go to war in Niger. If you emerge through a credible electoral process, you don't need pressure to ask Nigerians to do what is right. If your electoral victory, quote unquote, were proper, right and right, fair and just, all you need to do is hop into the Nigerian presidential aircraft and go to Niger and negotiate with the people. But because you lack the moral nexus to so do, because you lack the credibility to so do, because you lack the capacity on account of how you emerged to so do, Nigerians will look at you like I don't know how verified the statement is from Burkina Faso, that they know who actually won the last election, so you don't have the right to tell them or school the world on democracy. So I think that's where I agree with my brother and friend. African leaders must ensure that they emerge through honorable processes. African leaders must ensure that democracy means truly what it is. A government of the people, as defined by Abraham Lincoln, for the people and by the people. And when we truly dish and deal service to the people, then we can, as it were, emerge not only as leaders of the West African sub-region, not only as leaders of the Sahel region, but leaders of Africa, because we're the most populous country in Africa. But I think that what we're doing today is a call to the conscience of our nation, a call to the conscience of the political leaders, a call to the conscience of our people, and indeed, a new generation that are saying that things must be done rightly. I believe that if we have leaders that are responsible and responsive to the people, if we have leaders that are Afrocentric and African-centered, if we have leaders who are pan-African and pan-Nigerian, then sooner rather than later, the global organizations that care and that are sincere will come cutting us. But until that is done, a place in the United Nations Security Council is like a wait for Godot. Seeking for a place in the BRICS is like a wait for Godot. And I want to say very strongly as we go on with this conversation that the time has come for us to move away from populism to patriotism and nationalism.
Thank
We
you.
need leaders who will care and not. Let me chisel this home. My brother talked about the fuel subsidy. All over the world, in Britain, in the United States of America, in Germany, farmers and farming is subsidized. All over the world, largely energy is subsidized. Why is the IMF and the World Bank telling us that the way out of the morass is subsidy? I think that what leaders must do in Africa, and indeed this country, is to curb corruption. If I tell you what corruption goes on in the oil sector, you will know that the solution to our problem is not in the removal of subsidy, but in the curbing of corruption. Trillions of dollars, trillions of naira are stolen by people who are protected by the state, are stolen by people who are protected by the PDP, the APC, and those who politic with our collective destiny. The way out of the morass is to check corruption, not increasing poverty for the masses of our people and making lives better for the rich. That's the way to go. We must be African-centric and pan-Nigerian in leadership.
Wow, that's all I wanted to showcase to you guys on that particular video. But for any reason you want to watch the full video, you can go to our Rise. It's a very, very important video. I watched it from beginning to the end. You learn a lot from both of them, you know, on that particular video. So, but because of time, I would like to start hearing from our panelists. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all once again. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, I can see you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, right there. Femi Bash, I can see you right there. Emmy, frankly, Ugo Best, thank you. Blessing Monday, thank you very much. John Hanobi, thank you very much for the super chat. May God bless you. I appreciate you all, my people. Happy weekend to you all. BTV Nigeria, you are there with us, and many other people right there. Okay, let me start hearing from our people. The first person we have on the panel, you know, is Mr. Chuks Obibweze. Mr. Chuks Obibweze, I can see your network is not stable. I don't know if you are good now.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to you once again. Please talk to us with all we presented today.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity once again, and I greet everybody listening to us right now. Yeah, I would like to start with the video of violence space, because I truly, from my heart, I truly enjoyed that video, because there's a lot of things they said and that I haven't heard before, and this is, we can see everybody is talking about new Nigeria, and we cannot start new Nigeria without we, the people, and this is why, every time, you talk to these people who are related to these criminals, they tell you, oh, it's our society. They are one of us. That's the excuses they give. It is because, in a normal sense, some of us refuse to do the right thing. Like that video, the last speaker, he said, even though people died in TB Joshua's church, in ordinary thing, and I can feel him, that would have been a very serious issue between South Africa and Nigeria. But because it's a matter of religion, they will exchange hands, live and for God, asking. It's gone, it's gone. There's nothing you can do about it. No justice, no nothing. And that is where we found ourselves. Again, I mean, the buying of, those people in that church. I'm not, I don't know about this, and I don't know how Nigeria treated that, because we buy every day and nobody cares. It's just normal thing. Imagine in a country whereby if you have a case with somebody who buyed your family member, police will tell you to go and settle with those people. That's exactly what is happening. So I will not be surprised nothing happened during this incident. And that's what we're talking about. And I bet you some family member who are affected in that same church collapse will still be going to that church and they're telling them, leave it for God. That is a major problem. And until we Nigerians learn to, bridge or, put religion, tribe, everything in their place, we're going nowhere. Even if the government change, except the government is going to stand firm and say it doesn't matter what people say, the right thing got to be the right thing. We can see an example of China. When China was coming up, or when they planned to come up, they simply blocked their ears to these devilish people who call themselves the West. They blocked their ears and continued to build. And when they got it right, everybody wants to be their friend. That is exactly what we need to do. And we cannot achieve that except with, individually change our attitude. It's as simple as ABCD. Because right now, if we refuse to change our attitude, it's going to even be impossible for the government to do so many things. Because they will try to maintain the balance by trying to say, oh, is democracy, is this, is that. We don't have to force people to do the right thing. Even though everybody knows it's the wrong thing those people are doing, especially in this era of social media. So for we to achieve anything, we need to change our attitude. And that video is a complete message. It's a complete message. We need to start somewhere. I'm not against people going to church. I'm not against people being, religious or whatever they want to do. But there must be a place for everything. Everything has to take its place. You can't use the time you're supposed to go and work to go to church or to go to attend a religious this thing, and you're telling us it's a religion. We are here. If you go to church on Sunday, you see people going to church. You go to shops, you see people doing their business. They separate everything. Why can't we do the same? This is our major problem, and I hope that message resonates with so many people because we need to change. Again, I want to touch on Pastor Kumuyi himself, because I don't call any person man of God. There's nobody that is a man of God. Nobody. Because only God can choose who his man is. It's not for you or for me to come and determine who man of God is. So I give him his own respect. Pastor Kumuyi, please enter house. Peter Touch said,
that one a Madarita word.
Now her word, yeah, I borrow it. And I'm giving her the credit. The main thing these people are doing, for example, Peter Touch in his music, he said everybody is crying out for peace, but no one is crying out for justice. But for him, He wants justice. Because without justice, there's no peace. There's no peace. So if he is coming out to tell us to make peace, I can say it without fear. I can say it with full chest. He is wrong. Completely wrong. And that's why that video on a violent space is very, very educative. Because he said it clear. For you to be a pastor, we know they went to school of theology. What are they studying there? Or do they have fake results like the leaders is asking us to leave it for God? Because if he's truly a man of God, he will understand that justice is the root to every peace. Justice. There's no way. Imagine if somebody buys my family member and you are telling me to make peace without justice. I don't think I can do that. I've never been in that situation, but I don't think. It doesn't matter how you beg or how you look or whatever condition you're given. I will stand and demand for justice first. That's why, where we live today, in Western world, things that happened 50, 60 years ago, once it's come up, we know how much Trump spent in settling the cases that happened ages ago. In this UK I'm living, there's an incident that happened in 1986 with Liverpool fans. About 2 years ago, people are still going to prison because of that. That tells us there's no peace without justice. It's completely two different things. The first one must be justice. Then peace comes along. And that's why even people in Niger, they're keeping their card to their chest by telling them what they want. That is part of the justice. These people have to leave their country. They have to go. So, Pastor Kumuyi, like Madam Rita used to say, enter house. It's time for you to enter house. Because it will not be good for we the obedient that you call, maybe people will say we are attacking you. Nobody is attacking you. And I'm using that opportunity to tell those that are still coming, especially the pastors, our traditional rulers, and the elders, please enter house. This generation will not tolerate what our fathers tolerated on our behalf. We cannot. It is impossible. It doesn't matter how you see us as wayward people, but by the time we take you guys out of those places you are occupying right now, people who are against us, we see it, we know what we are doing. It is completely unnecessary for us to start coming after you if you enter house. We are not asking you to join us. If you want to join us, you are welcome. But if you don't want to join us, please, I use Madam Rita's word again, enter house. Yeah, I'm going to talk on Agbado, saying that he is the one that is coming the whole situation. I don't know what to say to him. Because in the first place, he shouldn't even get himself involved, knowing who he is, what he's occupying that didn't belong to him, knowing how he stole it, how he grabbed it, how he ran with it. He shouldn't be talking at all. We all know what the Americans, the French, want to use you for. They want to use you to make Africa, and West Africa in particular, a war zone. And we are rejecting it. We are completely against it. You can walk away from there. Let them stop holding them. Walk away. We want to see how America or France is going to come down there and fight. We want to see it. We want to see how America can get up and invade a country that has nothing to do with them. So if you are saying that you are the one holding them, that word you said, we Nigerians are supposed to be even mad right now, because I was mad the first time I heard that statement. This is not 1960s or before 1960s. This is technological age. So do not come and tell us you are doing something behind, because whatever you're doing, we are seeing it. And that's why you have no place to hide. You know your certificate you've been hiding for over 30 years. You know how we're going about it now. You have no place to hide at all. So please come back home. If you think you are the one that is holding them behind, come back home. Don't hold them anymore. We want to see what they want to do. We want to see what they want to do, especially France and America. We want to see what they want to do. And that's why we are asking you to come back home. I don't know, but right now, I am just hoping the judiciary should, as a matter of urgent, declare the results of the court cases. We are tired of waiting, and that's the thing that it makes me, every day I am begging God so that you can give us a date, because all these things, yes, Mr. Elvis said it one time ago. Every time I'm outside, I'm not able to be on this panel. It hurts me. Why is it hurting me? Because we are still in the same situation. Mr. Elvis said it, that once this is over, we can go back to normal life. Go back to maybe 1 or twice a week, so that each and every one of us will have the time to come around and do the necessary things.
Exactly.
Please, go ahead and do this. We are not begging you to do the right thing. Whichever way you want to do it, we want to bring it to a closure. We want you to do that as early as possible. In fact, personally, I'm looking forward this week for you to tell us the day it's going to happen. Because it must happen. It must happen. Please, Mr. Elvis, I'll beg you to speak on the certificate issue, because Reno Omokri, what has he said about the female and the male? Somebody who started as a male and graduated as a female. I've not heard from Omokri for a very long time now, and we need to hear from him. Why is he hiding? Before the election and immediately after the election, he was loud. Where is he now? Seriously, I want to hear from him. And that's why I'm calling him out now. Nigerians, please call him out. Let him come and speak. Because he told us, even he made a case against Rufai. He told us he went there, he saw and conquered. So what he saw, he didn't see it was a female. He told us he went there and obtained a copy of the certificate, written as female or male. And whoever that is sitting on that, we need to see that document. Doesn't concern you if it relates to the case or not, or if it's going to be important to the case or not. It is that document is important to Nigerians. And I know that America have a Freedom of Information Act. I don't know why if we activate it, we need to go through court. I don't know if it is how America does it. I know there's a degree of document you will want. Then there will be a court sitting for that. But I know there's so many you can write. If they take it to the judge, he will approve it straight away, and you got that document. So please, America, stop. Stop. And that's why we talk about your democracy. Practice your democracy. Is good for you. Have it the way you want it. If we can practice it the way it suits us. Who are you to who are you even to who determines what is best for anybody? Who? And that's the same problem they're having with the president of Rwanda. Because when the man knew that you are coming and knew the people you are coming with or through them, when he do the right thing to stop them, you brand him a dictator. And I'm advising African leaders, if you doing the right thing means you're a dictator, we Africans is going to support you. We're going to support you. We like that. Because we need to come out of this quagmire. Because I can't fathom why the richest continent in the world is yet the capital, the continent capital of the world. It's so embarrassing. And I can tell you for free, since this Niger incident, a lot of friends who are not Africans, they discuss it with me. And they're calling us fools. Because right now, so many of them are going around searching for information. See the kind of resources that God endowed that nation, that continent with. And yet we are the poorest continent on earth. It's so sad. Mr. Elvis, thank you once again. I yield here.
Thank you, Mr. Chukso. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful submission. I would like to come to Mr. Moses. To be honest, I'm supposed to call you first because you joined us from Nigeria. So please talk to us, Mr. Moses. Thank you very much.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. Good evening to you, sir.
Fine, sir. So, first of all, I want to lay emphasis on Tinubu. We all know the man. I don't want to talk about him anymore because I didn't vote for him. He always bribe people. You understand? He used money to buy everything. Are you getting it? So we should respect that one from him. But what I believe is that God will put him to shame. Are you getting my point? Now, concerning with Nigeria, we have a lot of problems. And there is a problem that have pushed us to where we are today. Mr. Niger Watch, I want to ask you one question. In America, we are talking about. Have you ever seen a play in America that you will go out of your house early in the morning? You will now see where they are poor Okababa. They thought say they are collecting another mass ICP or whatsoever. Do you see that kind of thing in America?
It's not possible.
Now, do you in America, when you rent a house, have you ever seen where they put shams to take away your glory and they bury even human being inside the house. Have you ever seen that? Hello, sir.
No, I'm listening. I'm here. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question because when we bring this kind of issue, we need to balance things very well. I've seen a situation whereby I rent office. Every morning, they always pour okababa on many things. The last thing they did, we don't know how they threw a goat inside a well that is having a very strong cover. When I now wash, I use the water to wash my bum bum. I begin to have as if they are something choking my bum bum. Now I have to run to a prophet, and the man said,
"Excuse me, sir. Sorry, you are diverting. What are you actually
saying? No, it's not I'm
saying?
diverting. I'm saying the reason why people leave their job, the reason why they leave their job to go to church.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I'm bringing the reason. The reason why people leave their job, and you first of all, let me just leave my job and go to church. When have you entered your village last? Because me that I'm talking, I've run out of our village now. I don't even want to enter my father's village. Why? Because we are so wicked. So it is this wickedness that is pushing us program upon program when you're supposed to work.
Okay, you are actually saying that the wickedness of the black people is what pushing people to pastors, right?
Yes. So it is our wickedness that is now making us to be looking for solution. Are you getting me now? So in that aspect, there is a little way we can blame people. Because when I look into all these kind of things, in fact, I'm tired. There is one person, he said, the day he stepped out of this country, his life began to be progress. So that problem, that is our own problem we are facing. Sherry, in terms of the judiciary, we continue to tell them all eyes on judiciary. We don't say they should not let them collect salary or whatsoever things. But one thing I'm after now, wow. We want change in this country. So this man who wants to increase the salary of the judges, let him increase it. But what we tell the judges is that you must do the right thing. You don't say anybody should not increase your salary. Do the right thing. Let him increase it. Somebody can give you money and you may decide to do the good. After you have collected the person money, because even the judge said, I don't see the reason why they will pervert this judgment. Why? If they remove Tinubu today, immediately they will put the next person there. Tinubu cannot force himself to be on that position. Yes, the military will ransack him out of that place. So I don't see the reason why the judges will pervert this judgment. So let us keep on and be looking at them, and let us see the outcome of the tribunal. Don't let us be panicked at all. I voted for Peter Obi. In fact, I have many brothers, they have to carry their mommy along. Talk say, you must vote for Peter Obi. So just let us be looking at it. So let us wait till this judgment of tribunal come out. After then we will know what we are going to see. But one thing I want to tell Nigerians, I know there is a lot of problem we are having in Africa here because we are evil. As you pray, take a step. the right thing you're supposed to do. Maybe you need to invest anything, whatsoever thing. If you go to church, make sure to you balance things. So let us balance things. That is the only advice I will give. Wherever you want to go, whatsoever you want to do, in order to make your life to move progress. At the same time, lay hand on that thing that you want to do. If you want to go to your work, if it is 2 hours, you just have to go to your prayer or whatsoever you want to go. If it is 2 hours, and make sure that work to balance everything. So all our economy, everything will be okay. And we need to talk to those people that always do this rubbish thing to people. Because it is plenty today. When you are going on the road now, when you turn to the right, they are for this. When you turn to this thing, when you turn to the left, they are for a lot of these things they are using to collect ICP, what do they call it? So all that thing too needs to be taken care of. Nobody should put anything on the road where people are passing again. Why will you pour? Where will you go and pour in front of another man's house? That is wickedness. So those are the things that we are facing in this country. So if by the time we begin to take everything one by one, we'll see that everything will be okay. We have a lot of things to settle. We have a lot of things to settle. We have a lot of things. We have a lot of place to tackle before we can have a better Nigeria. One of people that kidnap people for rituals of money. You know, we have it. So all these kind of things, we need to check into all these things one by one. We need to check it. And all this thing needs to be solved. So that is the reason why people are just dying every day, anyhow. A lot of things like that is happening in our country. May God help us. So that is the little thing that I have tonight.
Sorry to interject, my beloved brother. There is no need for God to help us. We have to help ourselves. I'll take the bull by the horn.
Okay. Thank you, my people. I have a caller. Let me take some calls, then we take it from here. I appreciate you, Mr. Moses. I will contribute to what you have just said shortly. And thank you very much.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, love of God is
good
my strength.
evening.
Thank you, madam. Please talk to us.
It's a lovely day. Good evening, everyone on the panel, comment section. And thank you, Mommy Diaspora, Naomi Bella, Patrick, every ladies on this platform. If I don't make sure your name, I love all of you. Inena, Pat, Sister Rita, every lady that has come on this platform, and the joy that normally call, and it felt something like that. Every one of us, well done. Now, let me start from the pastors and imam in Nigeria. You see, our religious leaders, both in both religion, Muslim and Christianity, they have really done a lot of harm to the citizens of Nigeria. They have deceived a lot of people. A lot of people has even left this world through their deceit. I have two aunties that left the world because of they cannot drink medicine, because the Holy Ghost will come and heal them. My favorite auntie, she cried at home because they said that they are coming from deeper life to pray. She was a multimillionaire. She died carelessly because of that. I have another auntie also that left this world because they don't want to drink medicine, because it's against what their pastor says. A lot of people, they have given all they have as seed to pastors. And those people up to today, they cannot even stand up again. But the men of God, they are going all over without even thinking about those that they have left. They have deceived a lot of people that somebody is doing them, one person is doing them, And you know, a lot of our people, they have gone through a lot through these men that call themselves men of God. So what am I trying to say? These men of God, they are even among the people who are putting us in where we are now. Because every time a leader comes out, instead of look at Martin Luther King, he came out and everybody know him until today. We are still talking about him. Our own people in Nigeria, they will just come aside and they will be supporting the politician, telling us to pray for them, that God put them there. But they are enriching their pockets. They will go to Asu Rock and carry bag of money and say, oh, pray for them. In Asu Rock, they have the pastors that come to pray for them. They have the imam that come to pray for them. What I want to say now, we are tired of all these stories. We are tired of these men of God. God is not a God. Our God is Father that we say, Heavenly Father. He knows, he sees everything. You think God is a God that will be looking at people treating his children badly and he will be looking? Most of these men of God, they will queue at the gate of hell. I'm sorry to say this. They will queue at the gate of hell because the damage you have done to us, and we are still going through it till today. They come with different tactics to put us where we are, and we say no to them. Any one of them that come out now and tell us that Tinubu will do something, they can go with Tinubu to his house. We are going to take our mandate back, and nobody can stop us. Nobody will stop us. No matter they lie, they pray till tomorrow. We know that we don't know God. Oh. We even know God with these young people now, from the 70s down. We even know God more than them. They don't know God. Is it the God that they know that they hide in the pot? Is it the God that they know that they hide in their buckets? We know God in our hearts. And we know God with knowledge. We know God with wisdom. So nobody is going to deceive us anymore. We are now ready to take our country back. Nobody can tell us no. Go here, go there. Those days are gone. We are looking forward to take our mandate back. Nobody can stop us. I'm sorry. Let me quickly speak about the interview that we have with our obedient brother. I can't say Woko something. I can't really pronounce his name.
Woko Bear.
There's one thing said before I finish that interview that we say I want to disagree with him. You cannot tell us that 2027 is there. We are not looking at 2027. We are looking at now. We have to solve this problem of today, 2023, February 25 election, before we can move and even think about getting ready for 2027. That is where I disagree with him. And another thing I want to say that he should have said in that place was to answer Toure back. When Toure was talking about Peter Obi doing this, doing that, he should have said, no, my principle is not like that. I didn't like that interview when it was getting to the end. He should have stand up for Peter Gregory Obi because Peter Gregory Obi and Dirty, they are not like that. So Toure want to pick every little thing against Peter Gregory Obi. That's where I disagree and I stand on it. And for Nigeria president, whoever is there, Tinubu, going to Niger to tell them that they should come and start bring the old man that is there back for democracy. I want to ask you, Tinubu, what did you do to rig election? What did you do? You came in by force. You said grab it, steal it, and run with it. So you did a coup in Nigeria. You did not do election. You were not selected by majority of citizens. When we say democracy is the rule of the people, that they put you in their choice. You are there on your own. You are not there on the citizenry of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Okay, that's the only caller I can take for now. I'm sorry, guys, because she actually talked for long. If I have to add to what Mr. Moses said earlier on, that the situation in Nigeria is one of the reasons why a lot of people run to church for help. I completely agree with him. I agree with him. You know why? If you notice, the way people go to church in Nigeria, the way people pray in Nigeria, once you move out of Nigeria, maybe probably you move to, for example, you move to UK, you you will not remember to go to church like that anymore. You'll be spending your time to go to work instead of going to church every day, right? We still pray in the UK, but not the way you'll be praying in Nigeria. For example, if you are traveling from Lagos to Edo State, to Benin, you have to pray heavily. May God protect. If you are going through the road, may God protect your journey and all that, you know. So if you are coming back, the same thing. If you are going through the air, you have to pray so that your pilot is not drunk. God should protect your pilot from alcohol, from any kind of attack or whatever. So there are so many things we pray for in Nigeria. You know, if you are going to going for work interview, you know, in Nigeria, you pray, do fasting and all that. In abroad, you don't need to pray that much. You are going for work interview. You know, you can pray, but what I'm trying to say, the difference between the time we spend praying and going to church in Nigeria, if we have to look at it statistically, it's just like 99% to 1%. Yes, 1% of this is being practiced in abroad, while 99% of it is practiced in Nigeria. So that I totally agree with Moses. You know, the situation they are facing, there's so much wicked people in Nigeria who just want your downfall for no reason. You didn't do anything wrong. They just hate you. They just want to do everything to bring you down. So when you get to notice these things, you want to run to church. So yes, I agree. I like that angle where it came out from, and really, for me though, I don't know about you, but I agree with him 100%. Thank you very much, my people. Let me move on to the next person to speak to us, which is Madam Nena. Madam Nena, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you once again. Please talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, everyone. Yes, what you said, if I should just build on what you said, then about the reason why a lot of people in Nigeria run to church. There's a couple of reasons, you know, to add. I'm not disputing what he said, but just to add to it, there's a couple of reason why our people run to church. The wickedness in the land is one of it, because when we talk about the issue of the church, we can take it from two angles. I don't want to say church, I just say, because after listening to what that person, because I believe being a Christian, you know, I can say more about what happens in Christianity. But what I heard that person in that violence speech that was talking, when he was talking, I'm like, whoa, I never knew that, you know, there are all this kind of atrocities that goes on even among the imams. So, and you know, this is why education is important. This is why things like this are important, so that we can get ourselves enlightened and more educated too, so that when you want to make an argument, you make an argument from two sides and make a balanced argument. Because earlier, before now, I never knew some of the things he pointed out. You know, I never knew that such things happen. I mean, I don't. Maybe others don't, but for me, I've never been to a mosque. I don't know nothing. I don't know anything that happens in the other religion. You know, apart from maybe going it on the periphery about their religious leaders and everything. So, but so when you look at that about the whole thing, I want to take, like what we are discussing, we don't want to take it from the part of the people, the congregants now. You know, the reason why people troop into the church is about the wickedness that happens in the land, the evil that happens in the land, and all whatnot that you can think about. You know, and then we come to the part of the pastors. Some of them, I don't want to say all of them, because there are still a lot of very good, wonderful men of God. I mean, there are still people with conscience, you know, just like somebody will say politicians are evil. But P2B say politicians, he is not evil. You understand? So there are still a lot of men of God, people that went into the work of the ministry with good conscience, you know. So, but unfortunately, the terrible ones that overshadowed it. Then when you look at it from that angle, about the fact that most of them are part of the problem that we have in the country, you see that as much as we can say that the society is bad, as much as we can say that there is hunger in the land, as much as we can say there is there's wickedness in the hearts of our people and stuff like that. I can also want to add that the reason why most of these people take advantage of people is, similar to what, I love the analysis that guy was giving, trying to give analysis, trying to, analyze the similarity, comparing and contrasting the politicians and the supposed those greedy men of God, not all of them. So I see it on the angle of, I don't know how to express this. It's like everything that gets into the hands of Africans, or everything that comes into the hands of Nigerians, becomes abused. Because today we're talking about democracy, bad governance, and everything. This is something even the West that we criticize are practicing is working for them. From the moment it came into Africa, it became abused. We separated ourselves from slavery. Now we say we are self-ruled, yet the people that are called themselves self-ruled are the ones suppressing their brothers and sisters. So that is the same way I see this Christianity and religiosity, if I should use that word. It's not that there are no greedy pastors in the Western world. But I think the problem in Nigeria is that I would just want to focus on Nigeria and not other country, because I don't know much about what is going on there. Is that our people have brought themselves to a point, I don't want to sound very insulting and very condescending, but our people have brought themselves to the point where I can say that a lot of our people are lazy, and a lot of our people have decided not to just be wise. And that is why you still see people still arguing and still defending the likes of Tinubu and the likes of them. So bringing it to the church now, this is why you see a lot of people will still stand up and still want to defend these people when it is becoming very obvious to you that this person is actually manipulating you, intimidating you, suppressing you, exploiting you, and you still see somebody still, a kind of defending them. As we are saying it, a lot of people will be offended. Just like the other day, one of the bring issue of somebody began to warn in advance not to talk about Kumi. Tell me one good reason why I will not talk about a man. People who say that, just like that man analyzed it, that the church should be separated from politics. Some of them will tell you politics is a dirty game. It's not good for a child of God to get into it. It's not this, it's not that. They want to separate, take away. They make such preaching. Yet the same people will come back when things become terrible, when the likes of the criminal Tinubu comes into power, and tell you to pray for him that God, okay, if the church needs to be separated, the God who is the God of the church, what makes you think he's interested in the man that is sitting up there? Why are you bringing him into it? Like sometimes these people talk, I don't even know who they think they are talking. But of course, do you really blame them when people are there to just defend them even without reasoning? So I think to some extent, our people have proven themselves to be so gullible and to be so lazy, not everybody, a lot of people, to the point that when you tell them things or when you present things to them, a lot of people don't even want to go and make research. A lot of people don't even want to sit down and really think about the whole thing, analyze it, digest it, and ask themselves, does this thing even really make sense? Is it really impacting me? The reason why I'm saying this is this, we have the Bible. As a Christian, I have the Bible that I read, that I believe is the authority upon which I should base my religious beliefs. In as much as I have a pastor who stays at the pulpit and dishes out something to me, the reason why I have my Bible at home is for me to be able to go through that my same Bible, to be able to be on the same page with that man who is telling me that black is black and not white. Just like a student that goes to school, you are in school, your teacher is teaching. The reason why you are given a textbook is that most of the things that the teacher teaches you, your professor tells you whatever, you are able to go back, go through that your textbook to read more and get more information about what your professor have already taught you. Because most times what they give you is maybe they can scratch the surface, or maybe they may just give you like an introduction, but it is not left for you to dig deeper and have a better, more understanding, so that when the time of reckoning, which in academic world we call exam, comes, you'll be able to know. Because if you sometimes, when you step into the exam relying to come only on what your teacher tells you, there is every tendency that you might fail that exam because you did not go too deep into what. That is the reason why we have textbooks. Yeah, I don't know if I'm making sense. So when you see Christians who go allow these people to manipulate them to the point that they don't reason, you carry Bible to church, you carry it back, and anytime somebody touches you, or you say, my daddy in the Lord said, my pastor in the Lord said, this person said, it becomes a problem for me. And as a Christian, I tell you something. This is one of the things I fight a lot. And that is that I'm a Bible study teacher in my church. I fight a lot with people when I'm teaching the Bible, because sometimes people come up with some arguments that bothers me. That bothers me, and I ask myself the question: where in the world is your head and your brain? Why do you even have a Bible in your house that you cannot put something, that cannot sit down and read something? All you want to say, me daddy in the Lord said. Your daddy in the Lord is supposed to be studying the Bible the way you study the Bible. That's why I got offended the day Ayo was talking, and he said that Kumuyi is an authority in the world. So I mean, nobody can tell him. I don't know. There's a way she framed it, trying to make it look as if he is an authority. He knows better than everybody. No, I disagree with that. I do not want to believe that Kumuyi knows the Bible more than me, because I take my time to study my Bible. There are a lot of things that Kumuyi will say, and I will tell you, see this one, you got it wrong. So I think the reason why most of these pastors are thriving and are able to, put our people and do the things they do in Nigeria, because a lot of people have refused to be wise. I don't have anything against people going to church. I don't have anything against Christianity. I am a Christian, but I tell you, I am one Christian that nobody can deceive easily. I tell you that for people that know me, you cannot deceive me easily, because I take my time to add my common sense to whatever you tell me. You cannot just wake up and tell me anything and you expect me to swallow it hook, line, and sinker. I remember one time that we were having a Bible study in my church. So there was a comment that was made in the church, and somebody said, for instance, okay, I think I made a comment like that the only perfect man that walked on the surface of the earth is Jesus Christ. And was a member of my church said, and I say that is not true. I do not want to believe it. So people looked at, sometimes when I say things like that, people look at me as a crazy person. The person said, "What do you?" I say, "How do you know that Go is perfect? You don't even live with him. You don't know nothing about him. You don't know anything about. So how dare you open your mouth to say that a human being who has blood, flesh and blood flowing in him is a perfect man?" P2B will tell you, I'm not a perfect man, but one thing I know is that I'm not a thief. That does not mean he does not feel one of them. That is a man who is sincere about who he is. So for you to tell me that Go is placing him on the level of God, and that is why people like you worship him. But I refuse to go by that way, because I do not believe that he is a perfect man. Is he a good man? Of course, there is possibility. Is he following God? Is he? Of course, he's a servant of God. But you cannot convince me that he's a perfect man, because there is no perfect human being on this planet Earth. That is just it. So I think our people have panned themselves, and these people have capitalized on the gullibility of people, and they use them. They use our people to the point that people are so blinded that, okay, I don't know how many of us that are following the case. Now somebody mentioned it in passing of this man. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
okay. Something just happened. My laptop just went blank. So I don't know how many people that follows the case of this man, Chibos or whatever. That's the OPM man that is going on now, right? About the girl that claimed that he impregnated her and everything. I listened to an 2-hour. In fact, I took my time to listen to 2 hours interview of that girl conducted with somebody, you know. I analyzed everything that came out of that girl. I believed everything that came out of that girl's mouth. One, the reason why I believed it was that this girl was giving accurate time. He was giving accurate accounts. She was giving names. She was giving dates. She was giving locations. She was giving everything accurately. And I also listened to a conversation between this girl and this supposed man of God's wife. Oh my God. It was not even what the girl said that got me pissed off, but it was the manipulation in the voice of the supposed mommy of the so-called church. You will hear the evil, the manipulation, the intimidation that is coming out of this woman's mouth. And I said to myself that this woman is even worse than her husband. Is even worse than her husband, because you will hear, I don't know how many people that listen to it. Was not just when the girl was giving her stuff, I was already getting angry the way this man was able to manipulate these girls to do what he's doing. But then when I listened to the conversation that this girl was having with this man's wife, oh Jehovah Nissi, it pained me to my marrow that I wish I could just meet that woman and have a talk with her. And then in the course of the conversation, the girl was saying that even the man's pastors, lawyers, a lot of them were, telling her, when you bring this thing, nobody will pay attention to you, nobody will believe you. You will see how far people can go to defend these people, even in the face of wickedness and the face of evil. And this is why these people do these things and they get away with it. This is why these so-called men of God, they subject people to all these kind of behaviors and they get away with it. It is so bad, it's so sad, it is so disheartening that anything that enters into the hands of our people, Nigerians, we just mess it up, we just abuse it. The Christianity we are practicing here is not what Christianity is being practiced. Just like you rightly said, Mr. Elvis, when you have the opportunity of stepping out of the shores of Nigeria, you begin to see things in different perspective. You begin to have a better understanding. You begin to understand that what we have, where we are coming from, is nothing but a charade. It is just foolishness. The other day I was having some argument with some people about this so-called. I know a lot of people here will disagree with me, but I say what I say without no apology, and I say it because I've made my research to understand it. Of what the so-called white wedding we do in Nigeria, I was asking somebody, can you please explain to me what is this thing we call white wedding in Nigeria? These are all part of the deception that we bring into the church. Somebody will tell you, if you get married, if the pastor don't bless you. I said, where did you find that in the Bible? There is no way the Bible said that the pastor has authority to bless my wedding. The only person that authorized by God to bless my marriage is my parents who raised me. Go through the Bible from Genesis to Revelation. Show me where it is in the Bible that a pastor has to bless my wedding. What we call white wedding is the Western world's traditional wedding. So in Nigeria, invariably we do 3 weddings. We do our normal God-ordained wedding, which is where you go pay bride price, do whatever you need to do. We go do the one we call customary, which is the British one, and we end up doing the one with so-called white church wedding, which is that. Where in the world did we even get all this nonsense? For me, I said to them, this is just all about waste of money and waste of time. The reason why I bring up all these things is that the way we have been so blinded by some doctrines that does not add anything to us. That is why you see us with all the religiosity that we have in Nigeria. The level of poverty in Nigeria is deepening and deepening and deepening every single freaking day, because our people have refused to be wise to know. I am not saying I go to church. I'm a Christian. Tomorrow is Sunday, I'm going to go to church. But I don't go to church like a blind person. I don't go to church like a dumb person. I don't go to church like an ignorant person. That is just the point I'm trying to make here. So that is, and because our people have refused to open their eye, because our people follow people like dumb, deaf, and mute people, that is why they are being easily manipulated. That is why people are being subjected to where they're subjected. So I agree totally that the majority of these our religious leaders are part of the problem that we have in the part of world that we come from, because majority of them are nothing but greedy. Ask me why a pastor will have 3 private jets. This is a man you cannot point out and to say this is one charitable work that he's doing in any part of the world. Somebody like Billy Graham, they have a private, they have jets. But then everybody Google Samaritan Purse and see what that organization does all over the world. Somebody should Google Samaritan Purse. Know how much billions these people spend. I remember during COVID, when the hospitals were overflowing, with people. Samaritan Purse went to outside the field, open places. They were erecting. These are tents that are being erected within
Please
hours.
round up. 1 minute.
Yes,
Thank
I'm rounding up now. They erect it within hours, equip it with medical equipment. Doctors, nurses volunteer there free of charge, taking care of people. This is the kind of place where you pay tithes or you pay offering. You see what the money is being done. So when they have things like that flying all over the world, even during Ukraine and everywhere, in the war-torn areas, you see what they do. Apostle Johnson Suleiman has 3 private jets. That this man has nothing that he's contributing to the welfare of any human being in Nigeria, talk less of outside the world. And people will be there justifying the reason why Apostle Johnson Suleiman should have 3 private jets. It doesn't even make sense. So do you really blame these people who capitalize on people's gullibility to enrich themselves? Of course you don't. Because the society... Sorry?
You mean Suleiman also had 3 private jets?
Johnson Suleiman. Did you hear him during COVID where he was boasting that COVID was one of the best things that happened to him? That he was able to acquire his 3rd private jet during COVID.
That's what he said.
Eh?
That's what he said, yes.
That was what he said.
So that young guy has 3 private jets too?
Yes, Apostle Johnson Suleiman.
He said it with his mouth that COVID-19 is a blessing to his life.
Yes.
People were dying and he was celebrating.
He was celebrating that the wife was like telling him, wow, so life can be this sweet. That he acquired his 3rd private jet during COVID. Can you imagine that? When people are dying, when people are begging, scrambling for palliative, and somebody will be somewhere clapping for him right on Papa.
Are they paying for hangars to keep those private jets?
Paying for what?
Hangars.
Of course they pay for hangars. You don't dump them in your compound.
Of course now.
They pay for hangars.
They have lots of church members who defends them. They are paying prayer tithe and all that.
Of course. So what do you expect? When somebody like that would be saying things like that and people are there clapping for him, cheering him on, why wouldn't they be suppressed? And that is why people run around. So part of the reasons why I think our people, I mean, I've dwelled so much on this church thing that I've not even touched the other things. But I'm just going to end so I don't take other post time. But just close with this. Part of the reasons why some of these people do these things and get away with it, even what our politicians are doing to that getting away with it, is that our majority of our people have chosen to be just lazy and don't do nothing. I will just end with that. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Madam Nena. Thank you very much. If I have to quickly add to that as well, it's just the same thing we are doing now. Just like Jimmy, we're doing comparison between the pastor and the politician. The same thing I would like to quickly add here as well. We're fighting the politicians to do the right thing for us. Then we have some gullible Nigerians who fight us back. When you fight the satanic pastors, the fake ones, you see their supporters will fight you back. So this is the situation we find ourselves. That is just the exact situation. No matter, even though you caught them live or what they are doing on their wrongdoings, their supporters will still let you know that you cannot judge the man of God, because the Bible said, do my prophet no harm. They will read that verse for you. That verse, they magneted it on their brain. I beg, let's move on. Let me call on Mr. Felix. If you are there, sir, please talk to us.
I dare my beloved brother. I greet everybody, all the panelists, comment section of your worldwide. Since now all these people come up to today, I asked one question the other day. Say, person wey God call with person wey give God miss call, whether they're the same. All these people coming out to expose themselves, the type of person they are today, I can say it is the hand of God in it, because for them to expose themselves, that is why you see them supporting all these political dealers, because they belong to the same coven. They know where they meet in the night or day to discuss how they are going to destroy the whole system. But this Kumui and the rest pastors and daddy Gio, mommy Gio, wey give God miss call. Make una remember read Malachi 4 verse 4. Law of Moses is very important. Make una remember read them. All these things wey una dey do so, if they come back to una, whether una like it or not. If they come back to una, it may delay small because according to what the Western world teach us through Bible say, God is a God of mercy. The time when they use Amadi Oha, Ogun Shago, and everybody they swear in any whether traditional ruler or others for Africa. Come put her for you just swear. If you say may you do bad thing to this village, or may you do bad things to this state or this community, nobody fear not let them try anything pain that we disagree with what they said before under the oath. But now they carry Bible come out, carry Quran come out, say put your hand. That is going to be a patriot to the country. patriot my foot. This time not be time to say pray. It's time to act. Here they pay me say this are next selected Nigeria president. Tinubu, he don't know what Westerners want use and do. Nigeria Judiciary, today, I call you people as the owner of a hen. Why I call the political dealers as a chicks. Or let me say as a mother hen. Any mother hen that expose his chicks to the whore to devour, does she want to become a mother hen? What will the owner of the mother hen do? He take it to the market, sell it off, or slaughter it, and you need to make a better pepper soup. Judiciary, you are the owner of the mother hen. You can see the different types of danger this Tinubu is exposing the Nigeria, Africa at large to. Please take this man out of the office by disqualifying him. If possible, let him pay for everything, every bad thing he have committed. If America really believe in democracy, why are they not letting the article legal thing to have all the information they want? What are they hiding? This is the country we are emulating, that we are practicing democracy just like America? Are you kidding me? Blessed memory, Muammar Gaddafi once said, democracy is not made for Africa. Tinubu, I said the other day, I dare you, send your troop. Then, the same troop you are going to send with us to Niger, ECOWAS, and the rest, I bet you under 1 year, all the West Africa will be taken over by a military. I dare you to try yourself. May you, if ECOWAS country are be taken over by military, you political dealers who will be there, you know you are not free from all the hot cane they are going to use to beat your bomb. Because a military man cannot take over without holding the political office holder hostage. If not, it's not called takeover. That was what Babangida said when he said, I step aside. I don't know what they do in short. After come, a day they break. We they wait. Judicial, take this man out from there for peace to reign in the country and the whole Africa. All the evidence out there is more than enough to disqualify him. Disqualify him, recollect the remaining results accordingly. Obi one we know, but recollect it. If it's article so, recollect it, recollect Obi so, declare the rightful winner for peace to reign. And disqualify Tinubu. Very important. If you know what is good for you. All this delay, we know all the tactics. We have been with these political dealers, we know how they operate. It's not strange to us. Judiciary, just do the right thing. That is all I have to say. Just do the right thing. That the GO enter house.
Thank you. Thank you.
Enter house. Enter house.
Margarita,
Nigerians, they need to wake up. Whether to the church, tomorrow church, aeroplane, na prayer they take you down.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother.
Still really invest me.
I appreciate you. I appreciate your submission. Thank you very much, my people. Right there, before I call on the next person, which is supposed to be pro delivery, I'll come to you shortly. Let me appreciate the people right there on the comment section. I can see CO. Thank you very much for joining us. Atonov, I can see you as well. Thank you, my wonderful people. Jonathan, I can see you as well. Maui Ezra, I can see you. Anthony Ola, and many others right there. Thank you very much, my people. Prince Mass Clinic, thank you very much. Let me pick this call and see who is behind it. Good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello.
Please turn down your device, sir. Your name and where you're calling from. Good evening to you.
My name is Clement. I'm calling from Manchester, United Kingdom.
Thank you, sir. Talk to us. 2 minutes.
Yes, honestly, I'm really enjoying watching your program, and I'm happy for today's topic.
Thank you.
Honestly speaking, what you guys are saying is real. And the problem of Nigeria, honestly, the pastors and the politicians, they are almost the same thing. Well, I'm not going to say it's all pastors, but the majority tribe, I'm not tribally, but I'm going to be honest, Yoruba pastors and their politicians, they need to get out from Nigeria. Anything to do with Nigeria.
Not only Yoruba pastors, as you got that wrong. Just say the bad pastors. Don't say Yoruba pastors.
The bad ones, bad ones.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have said you shouldn't have said Yoruba pastors. We have lots of Edo pastors that are thieves. We have lots of Igbo pastors that are thieves.
That's true.
Yes,
that's
so
true.
yeah.
That's true, but mostly, honestly, they need to get out from Nigerian politics before things will be better in Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. Please, let's be careful what we say. My platform don't support some certain things. If we have to look at it generally, I'm an Edo man. We have lots of criminals as pastors in Edo State. As a Benin pastor, they did there. They did Yoruba. They did Igbo. They did every tribes in Nigeria. If you also come to the politicians, we have criminals, in politics in Edo State who thief our money in the likes, for example, Oshomole and many others. They are criminals. They stole our money. Oshomole stole our 30 billion Waterstone project. Till now, nobody asked him. So we don't use this platform to divide us, please. If we're saying something, we should say it how it is. God bless you. All right, let me call on our pro delivery. Please talk to us, sir. Thanks for your patience.
Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, my fellow panel members, and good afternoon, good evening to Nigerians. So I'm so happy. In fact, I was so happy for the topic that was discussed yesterday on this platform. I was so intrigued, and today again brought another chapter of intrigue on the same issue on a different dimension. You see, all what you guys said, in fact, I'm repeating it again. It's like I'm re-echoing. And you guys have already helped me to re-echo the same thing. You guys depending on the judiciary, oh my God. It's just like you asking a fox to guard over a poultry. That is exactly how it is. Now, even right in this very platform today, you announced that the drug lord is planning to increase the salary of the judiciary. The same criminal enterprise that you guys are looking up to. The same criminal enterprise is planning to increase their salary. And don't forget, last month, is it last month or 2 months ago? I guess it's last month. He gave them 17 billion, which, I mean, to the Supreme Court, which he called palliative. Me and you know very well that that is not palliative. That is an indirect public announcement of bribery. He gave them palliative. Now, look at all the institutions in Nigeria, including the so-called church, in quotes, the so-called men of God, in quotes. All of them are in support of the same drug lord. Now, look at what is going on in the United States, Chicago in particular, that Chicago State University. I'm beginning, in fact, it is very obvious that there's a funny game going on in that school. In America, we have what we call Freedom of Information Act. Everybody has that right. I can walk up to that school right now and say, I want Tinubu's record. They have no choice that they must release that record to me. It is a federal law that binds all the states in the US. Although all the states in the US, they exist as if they are sovereign nation. But there is a federal law that binds all the whole 50 states in the US, including District of Columbia and the 4 US territories. This same federal law binds all of them. So, for the school, Chicago State University, not to release Tinubu's record, it tells you that either the president of the school, which we call in Nigeria vice chancellor, is either the president of the school has been compromised, or the registrar of the school has been compromised. Something is going on in that school. This same idiot must have gone to bribe them and shut up the amount. So I like what Atiku did by going to the court to invoke that Freedom of Information Act and compel the school to release this idiot's academic record. And another thing that is baffling to me also, which I need a serious answer to this number one question. There is an allegation that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not this Tinubu that has been imposed on gullible Nigerians as their president, stating that that person is a female. If that person is female, then the person who graduated from that school, what can the person come out? I say, hell no, I am the person. Now, if we assume that the person is dead, as the allegation is going on, if you go to Chicago State University, every year they have an almanac. Even my own wife, she schooled here in the US. When I went to her school, I went to her picture on the almanac, on the very year she graduated. I saw her picture together with all her colleagues. So it is a very easy thing to confirm. If you go to Chicago State University right now, go to that very year in which that drug lord, that idiot that is parading himself as the president of Nigeria, graduated. If you go to that school and go to the almanac of that school, if it is displayed on the wall like this, you will see every year, every person who graduated every year. You will see it. If you go there, look at that very year in which the idiot claimed that he graduated from Chicago State University. If you go there, look at all the names and the pictures of those who graduated that day. Look at the names behind every picture. So it is a very easy thing for you, for anybody to verify. Anybody can verify it. It's a very clear, simple thing that it doesn't need any arguments or any controversy. So where there's argument, it means that something funny is going on. Either the president of the school has been compromised, or the registrar of the school has been compromised by this same idiot. Now, you are talking about the judiciary. Even in this panel, you have also confirmed what I've been saying. You have also confirmed it also. Yesterday, somebody said he heard from the grapevine that they are planning to bring in a replacement to replace the idiot that is parading himself as the president of gullible Nigerians. Like I told you, if you can remember, I told you that the appropriate thing to do under this circumstance, it is just like you going to write examination, and that very center where you sat for that exam, there is massive examination malpractice. What do you do? I mean, if it is confirmed that there is malpractice in this center, what would the examining body do? They cancel the whole center, right? Disqualify the candidates or the candidates that were involved in that examination malpractice. Then they will prosecute those who were involved in that examination malpractice, and they will now ask them to sit for the exam again. Isn't that what has been happening? The same thing is applicable when it comes to this fraudulent process called Nigerian election of 2023. What they need to do is very simple. If I'm to assume that the criminal enterprise parading themselves as judiciary, onto which gullible Nigerians are looking up to, if they were to be judiciary as they ought to be, not what they are purporting to be, the right thing to do, which does not require any waste of time, in the face of evidences, overwhelming evidences and testimonies, what they're supposed to do is very, very simple. Annul the election, call for a rerun, disqualify the idiot, the drug lord, the certificate forger, disqualify him that you are not even eligible to even contest in the very first place, in the face of evidence. Then those who are eligible to contest for election are the ones that will now contest for another election. Then prosecute everybody in INEC. All of them are criminals. Prosecute every one of them, disqualify them, and reorganize that electoral body called INEC. Reorganize it, put in new personnel there. Let them organize a credible, free, and fair election for those who are eligible to be candidates. But they are not going to do that, just as confirmed in this panel and also in the media. They are not going to do that. They are looking for ways to manipulate the law. That is what they have been doing now, right from 1960 to date. That is what they've been doing. If you look at what happened when Bokwari was rigged into power, when Atiku brought a petition before the same criminal enterprise paraded themselves as judiciary, what happened there? They used technicalities to throw away his petition and confirm the illegitimate president of gullible Nigerians. So that same technicality is what they are trying to look for. But it's like what one of my pastors would say in those days, that a sinner would always make a mistake. Now, these people, the mistake they are making right now, which they are looking for a way to correct that mistake.
Please round up 1 minute, sir.
Okay. So the mistake they are making right now is that they are looking for a way by which they can manipulate the law. They know the obvious thing to do, but they're looking for a way to manipulate it and bring in somebody who is to replace this president. But the law even forbids that also, and that is why they are in limbo. They don't know what to do. So, but I tell you, they are looking for technicalities. And me, for one, I would not be surprised if tomorrow they come up with one technicality and say, okay, oh, you know what, because of this, for the interest of peace, for the interest of blah, 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 let us keep the criminal in power and let the gullible Nigerians keep on willing it. And they are trying to do that using all these so-called men of God to preach false peace and forgiveness to gullible Nigerians. And that's why I say that what Nigerians should be thinking right now is, what are we going to do when the obvious judgment is passed? That is what Nigerians should be planning right now. What are we going to do when the obvious judgment is passed, and not looking up to the judiciary, because looking up to them is like me telling, okay, let a dog
All
come
right.
and
Thank
watch
you.
over my meat.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. What I'll add to what you just said, generally, what I'll add now is that unfortunately, the same illegitimate and unconstitutional precedent that we are begging judiciary to help us take the rightful decision to remove him, and give the position to the rightful owner, is the same judiciary, the illegitimate president, is telling that he want to increase their salary. What a country. He wants to. They were with him, they all in Aso Rock telling them, I need to review your salaries. What a country.
You see that? That is a bribe.
It's something else, man. Let me call on the next person. Thank you very much for everyone for your time with us so far. Oh, I got a super chat from Michael Oganemaro. Thank you very much. I said this is the truth channel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Najawas, for all you do. Thank you for what you're doing as well. Thank you very much, Simon. God bless you. I appreciate you always, always. All right. I would like to call on okay, the next person now is Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex, my brother, it's good to have you here with us. Before you go, Mr. Alex, please hold on. I got another super chat from Anthony Ola. Thank you very much, sir. May God bless you. You said thanks to the incorruptible Mr. Elvis and the relentless Niger Watch crew. 24/7, 365 days. Stay blessed. Wow, that's huge. I like that. I like that text. Thank you. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. It's a collective effort. We all are here together every day. Thank you. I really do appreciate you all. Thank you. All right, my brother. Thank you. I beg if you get an additional remake, open now to chapter 6, verse 8. Equals to 2, as we have our brother here. Mr. Alex, my brother, talk to us.
Yeah, don't open us.
It's the ABC Wabe Siaga.
I don't open my own.
No. Now that verse, if you open that verse, you'll figure what they talk. If not, and there the yellow boy, Abasha, Lobo, Kolmashi, all those things. Last time I forget to carry my dictionary.
I hope you will not tell me I have 1 minute left. By the time you are done using all my time.
Okay, talk to me, my brother. You are speaking normal now. We don't. If you speak like this, we don't have any problem. We don't need to be cracking our brain to study our verses. So you get what I mean. Go ahead. Thank you.
My ever comic media pichichi, Mr. Najawas. I want to say thank you for the work you're doing. I want to thank all the panelists, those who are here, those who are not here. I thank you for the work you're doing. Those who are watching every day, who share this video, those who call in, those are the comment section. I thank you all. We are all on the same boat, fighting against these political vultures, coyotes and political vampires. We cannot continue with the way things are going. I thank all of you. I stand on existing protocol. I was watching and listening at the same time the videos you were playing. Yeah, a lot of things were tossed from the religious leaders in Nigeria to the Western powers' hypocrisy, to the interference of African government by Western world. As a political scientist or as a social scientist for donkey years now, by the grace of God, I will come from a different angle so that I will not also, I will not put my audience in a state of uga moga or laborare es orare. That is a state of confusion that is. As for if you check right now, let me use the peripheral as an example. If you check, if you are about to go to Italy, for example, and you have a Spanish passport, you don't need a visa, right? If you have a UK passport, there are a lot of countries that you don't need a visa for. If you have an American passport, there are a lot of countries that you don't need a visa for. They make these Western world countries and recently some Asian countries, they selected themselves. They call themselves G40, G20, G7, G whatever. Some say they are European Union. Some say they are Asian tigers, and they open their border. But only in Africa. If you want to go to South Africa from Togo, the kind of papers they are going to give you to fill to get a visa, you will be frustrated. The same African continent. If you want to leave Nigeria to Tanzania, the protocol you go through to get visa, and they say it's visa on arrival, it's all nonsense. Sometimes you are deported. If you want to leave Nigeria and you want to visit somewhere like maybe somewhere like Botswana, it's a big problem. Why? Because these Western powers, during the scramble and partition for Africa in the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885, they divided us. A lot of countries got independence in 1950s and 60s. Some of them thereafter. But the legacy, the scar, the marks, when an injury is healed, you have a scar. The marks of colonization is still left there by our boundaries, which were not always there. So our leaders who are independent, many of them tried, like Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. He gave a speech in Ethiopia in 1962 that our independence, he first studied in 1958, that our independence with other 13 African countries, he said our independence or political independence is nothing if we do not have an overdrive and do economic independence by disconnecting ourselves totally from these people. But we didn't listen. Look at where we are today, gentlemen and ladies. It's a struggle. It's a big problem. There is a problem in Africa. We must set our minds free. We must try to make sure we see ourselves as one. Therefore, we must raise leaders who have the mindset of our founding fathers, who fought the colonial or the colonizers to stand still with the pen and the biro and the paper rather. The likes of Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, although many of them lost their lives, they paid dearly with their life. They paid the highest sacrifice because they wanted a free Africa. The same thing Muammar Gaddafi did. Yeah, call him a dictator. That's what the West always do. The same thing, even to a large extent, Patrice Emery Lumumba is still playing out. We don't have leaders who are selfless. Like that guy replied to Mr. Showori. We need people who are Pan-African. Pan-African is a big word. People who are really African, who are not half Western, who are not easily dissuaded. And guess what? We must use France as an example to tell the whole of the Western world to leave Africa alone. They are not our problem, but they should stop interfering one way or the other. They should stop interfering. What was Tinubu doing in France before election? Who was giving him the boldness to ignore Nigerians, to run to Chatham House in UK to do his shenanigans? What exactly is happening in these countries? Are we really free? Why is it that each time a leader comes up to build this country, suddenly either the person is gone, he dies by plane crash, or by a military coup, is assassinated? Why is he always like that in different countries? Go and check the situation under which Kwame Nkrumah lost his life. Go and check the situation under which Patrice Emery Lumumba lost his life of the then Zaire. Go and check the situation under which Thomas Sankara lost his life after developing his country for 4 or 5 years. Go and check how MKO Abiola, although it's a little bit different situation, but go and check who visited him and what happened. Go and check who is behind, as we speak, our stolen mandate in Nigeria right now. I've been able to bring you home, right? Who is behind the cloning of OB passport? Who are we really fighting against? Why did Francophone African countries wake up and say, France, leave us alone? When are we going to be bold enough to say England or British, leave us alone? They are not our problem, we know. France is not the problem of Niger. They are not the problem of Mali. They are not the problem of Burkina Faso. They are not the problem of Guinea. Why is everybody saying, leave us alone? We should ask ourselves some deep questions. We are fighting our evil leaders, we know. But who are behind their backs? Who are always behind them? Mahmoud Yakubu went to England to go and tell all the lies. As the British government said anything about it, to condemn that character, that display, that beavers will deliver everything in real time. No, up to now, no. At least a statement to condemn it. I'm not blaming anybody for my problem, but there's no smoke without fire. So it's time we raise leaders who are Pan-African, leaders who are from amongst us, leaders who are patriotic to the cross. People who are willing to lay down their lives against the threat of these people. Mr. Elvis, trust me, the day you come out, just like Peter Obi comes out, you lay out your program, you want to rescue Nigeria in one way or the other, and the Western powers don't like it, they're going to come for you, one way or the other. They're going to come. They can't do it directly, but they will manipulate it through some of us also. So the truth is this: our leaders are wicked and they are evil, and the game is over. Africa, through technology, is being liberated. We are not Nigerians. We are not Togolese. We are not Ghanaians. We are not Burkina-based. We are one African people. They call themselves Europeans in spite of their nomenclatures, Italians, Spaniards, but they say we are European Union. We must have a common ideology and identity to stand on our ground to build our nation. So I'm not against them. I'm just telling you where the real problem really is. Maybe it's time for us to also declare our own. We need to be free. As we say, judiciary, do the right thing. All eyes on judiciary. All eyes on Buckingham Palace too. All eyes on every country who in one way or the other is ganging up against Mr. Peter Obi, against the Nigerian progress. Because the day Nigeria stands up, Africa will stand up. Because we have no other land to call our own. We do not mingle in Italian election. We don't mingle in Spanish election. We don't mingle in the American elections. We don't mingle in British elections. We don't mingle in the Western world elections. We don't call the shots there. So we are citizens, freeborn in our land. We deserve to say, in any way you are involved in our nation's problems, please leave us alone. Leave us alone. We need our mandate back. We are tired with the way things are. We know as Nigeria continue to, go down, people are benefiting in other countries due to the wickedness and the waywardness of leadership. But we who are sound in knowledge and wisdom, the Bible says the children of Issachar, they were men of understanding. They are the understanding of times. They knew what Israel ought to do. Some of us are from that tribe. By the grace of God, we can read the fingers, the hand behind the fingers. We can translate the right things on Nebuchadnezzar's war. That that his days are numbered. So I may not sound like the usual Alex, but I sound like a Nigerian today, and I stand as an African, and I want to send this message to those who are manipulating our economy, our security, our development. The game is over. The game is over. Yeah, I will not join my word with Showore. Showore is a guy I like so much, and I just want you to know how we were all rooting for him at some point. But at the same time, when he ought to come out and join us on this movement, he failed. He just cut out, maybe due to pride or something. From there, he lost 50% of the respect I had for him. I still like him though. He kind of want to take advantage of popular situations, and I like the way that man is it Abakoba, the way he answered him. That we need leaders who are Pan-African, leaders who are from the soil, not people who have been 30 years abroad and they want to come and give us the Western way of leader. If the Western democracy, according to somebody, is working for them, we need a democracy that will be, tallied on the realities of our land. If the country can't work, they should split it. If they can't give Obi's mandate, split it and let us go our ways and exist as neighbors like Denmark, Norway, Finland, and Sweden are doing. They were all once one country. So I want us to know that this is the time. There is no other time. Obi's mandate, the court has nowhere to go. Evidence has just they are just so imponderable. You cannot hide it. It's visible to the blind, it's audible to the deaf. That right now, the judgment is on one side. We all voted. You lost Lagos. You lost Abuja. You lost Benin. You lost Plateau. We have overwhelming. Even Atiku, Atiku is just acting like the gangling pendulum of Babylon, because he knows he did nothing in that election. It was a setup to intentionally place Mr. Peter Obi instead. But evidence do not lie. Evidence are there. With the evidence before the court, they should give the judgment. I know they want to go to the Supreme Court, but give us this judgment first. We need our mandate back. We don't have another 4 years to give to bandits. We don't have another 4 years to give to APC to go and enrich themselves, to buy houses abroad. You see the mentality. They will never discuss electricity. No. They will never discuss, education. They will never discuss development, skyscrapers, economic boom. They will never revisit the 1980 Lagos Plan of Action that all countries in Africa came together to have. A free trade zone. They will never discuss the Yamoussoukro, Cote d'Ivoire, declaration, or the Kigali declaration. They will never discuss the Maputo declaration or the Malabo declaration. They will never discuss how to liberate Africa or how to liberate the country. All we hear is minister this, minister that, 100 billion, 70 billion, 1 billion, 6 billion. That's all we hear. But we know that nothing lasts forever. This country belongs to us. Our great-grandfathers gave it to us. We have a duty to continue to speak. This is why I'm proud of you, Naija Wash. Your education is not wasted, and those of you who are using your God-given talent to serve humanity, posterity will never forget you and your generation. If you went to school and you are gifted, you are talented in all these areas, and you are quiet, history will judge you too. Because even if you have American passport, European passport, Chinese passport, when the chips are down, you realize that no place like home. It happened in Ukraine war, when the war started newly. People with Ukrainian residents and passports, Nigerians, they were throwing them out of the train because they were blacks. So don't fool yourself. Build your country. Japanese build Japan. Chinese build China. Rwandese are building Rwanda now. South Africans fought for their own too. Zimbabweans did it. So we must build our land. We have no other land. You may live in Finland, England, Poland. The only land you truly have is your motherland. Motherland, Africa. Nigeria is the way to go. So, Naija, I want to thank you. I would like to leave it here. I'm a little bit busy, but I will just be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother, Mr. Alex. Thank you for always coming to go all the way to history. We all are learning from each other's here. Thank you. God bless you, my brother.
Sorry to my brother, Mr. Alex. The only ministers we have in Nigeria, as we speak now, are ministers of condemnation.
Okay. I support that. Thank you. God bless you. All right, my people. I appreciate every one of you for your time with us. Thank you. Jesus is my Father. I can see you there. Thank you, my people. Press on the like button and help us to share our videos as well. We currently have 319 likes. Please, let's try to achieve 400 today before we close this, end this broadcast. We still have a couple of people with us here on the panel. So let me see. I think we still have 3 to go. Okay, just 3 to go. No, 2 to go. No, is it 2? No, 1 to go. All of them don't complete. It's only Mother Patricia. Mother Patricia, thank you very much, ma, for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us briefly if you're available now, or I put you on the final
Good
submission.
evening. Yeah, no, in fact, good evening, everybody, to start with. Good
Thank you, ma.
evening, and thank you to all the panelists that have been, been here to do justice to the topic today. We really, really appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And of course, all the comment section people and all those that have contributed today. Thank you so much. We are grateful. God bless you all. No, I'll be listening to the topic today. Yes, Tinubu, I think is the one that he wants to bribe the judges again for
No,
the
he wants
second
to
time. He wants to
increase their
increase their
salaries.
salary. Yeah, he wants to increase. Yeah, but all are still bribe. If you look at it, why now? I mean, is it the judges that need increase, or
Why not teacher
uh,
salaries? Thank you, madam. Why not
exactly
teacher
what?
salaries
Why not
or
the
police salaries?
teachers? Why not the lecturers? And why not even that money that they want to use to do that? Why not give it to the schools so that they can alleviate poverty? They really want to alleviate poverty, because many children, as we speak, from September, and many will be at home. So what are they doing about that? So I see it as a bribe. I don't see it as increase. It's a bribe to make them do his bidding. But I want to send a very sad warning again to this judiciary. You have to understand that money in life is not everything. And if you think, of course, that you have a price that anyone can buy you, then remember what the CJN himself said. He said, "Wealth got wealth got in ill-gotten wealth, will leave you with sorrow and disappointment at the end." And that is what it will be. So remember that ill-getting wealth will leave you with pain, and different kind of diseases will be what you will have in your family. Because as those people cry to God, God hears. As those people that you people have impoverished cry to God, God will answer them. And when he answers them, he will avenge them for you. He will avenge them. He will avenge them. He will avenge them for your sake. He will. So all these things you guys are doing, is time you wise up and size up and do the right thing. Do the needful. Because we can't be waiting, we can't be lavish, we can't expect this how many million people lavish for this handful full of people because of their greed and wickedness. So you, the judiciary, if they want to give you this money now, show us this. Say leadership is by example. Tell Tinubu you don't need increase. Let them go and put that money in elevating poverty from children this that will not be able, parents that will not be able to send their children to school because of this increase of school fees in this new term that they are going to enter. Show that example. Let us even see that you even care. Prove us wrong, because we believe that you are all the same. You are from the same satanic and evil group. So prove it to us that you are not, by telling Tinubu that you don't need that increment right now. That what you want to see is to alleviate this, to alleviate poverty from the parents that cannot afford their children to go to school by September. You went to school, that's why you are a judge. At least I want to believe so, But yeah, so do that. And also don't delay this process anymore, because it's getting too much of you. You must exhaust it for 180 days. Must you? Remember that the only person you should fear is God, not man. You have a maker, and when you stand before him, you are going to give account of all this nonsense that you think you are doing. So wise up and size up, because this world it's not the end of all the matter. You have a greater issue, a greater matter to address when you stand before your maker. So, Mr. Elvis, I will leave it here. I believe they are hearing, and they will. It says a few words for the wise. If they are wise, they should do what we are telling them here. So, thank you so much. If I have any other thing, I will add later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Patricia. Thanks for your
Mr. Elvis,
submission.
I wanted
Okay,
to ask a question. Maybe somebody can
okay.
help me on the platform. Okay, if I don't know, maybe I'm the one not getting it. Let's assume if you have stolen this mandate, is there not a time in history that people stole kingship and they even before they gave it back, even while going to prison or while they were being persecuted for the crime, they were putting out good things they did. So you stole a mandate. Is it difficult to work for the short time you got this mandate? Are you going to work with it for good, or are you going to just inflict people with evil? I
Is
don't
that a
get
question?
it. Yes, for the panelists.
Okay.
Where is this evil coming from? Thank you.
Okay, we are going to have our final submission now, my people. Thank you very much. We've been here now for almost 5 hours, 4 hours, 22 minutes, and still counting. So let's have our final submission on just 4 minutes so we can round up the broadcast. I appreciate you all, my people. Press on the like button and let's do this. Let me go all the way back to Madam Nena. Madam Nena, thank you very much for your patience with us. If you're still there, please give us your final submission, 4 minutes. Okay, you're not there now. Let me go to give us a mandate. Are you there, sir? Okay, you are not there as well. That's fine. I'll move on to Mr. Felix. Are you there, sir? Three of them are not available at the same time.
They are giving me space to talk. Okay.
No, not you, Mr. Moses. Okay. Mr. Moses, are you there, sir? Okay, even Mr. Moses is not there. See, now they enjoy on a weekend already. Now, leave
let Mr. Harless talk to us.
Mr. Harless, I bet wait. Let me take this call quickly. Thank you very much, Mr. Gospower. Thanks for calling in. You have 2 minutes. Talk to us, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Evans. Good morning and good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. I want to say thank you for the opportunity that you've been giving us.
Thank you.
For being the voice for the mouth of all your brother and sister from Nigeria. I want to say may God continue to bless you. Mr. Evans, when we always talk about this our satanic government, they don't have plans for everybody. And they are hand in hand with our so-called clergymen and women. It looks as if maybe most of us, we don't know what we are doing. As if maybe one person is more Christian or more Muslim than the rest. But it's just that the ability for us to be able to detect and verify, and that is why when that Bokwari, the one that just left the power, said Nigerian youth are lazy. If you check it very well, so some part of what he said is beginning to be meaningful, because if you check when they, during their own time, when they were in power, they were young, they were youth from 20s. But you now discover that some of our youth in these days, instead of us to make an investigation about something, how our country needs to be better, how we are supposed to know what we're supposed to do so that we can be able to have knowledge of what we don't have. We keep leaving everything for those people. That is why they are taking advantage. That is why you see a very little and a young person from an Asian, like Chinese, they've already gotten handwork. They've already discovered who they are, how they'll be able to impact the economy. But it's unfortunate, even though we know that we have a satanic government, but our youth these days, most of them are lazy. To be honest, I must tell you the facts. If you go to I thank God you just left Nigeria. You see the way they are. Sometimes you imagine that people that you are clamoring for, They've already moved on with their mind because they don't see the reason why they need to take their country from this evil and satanic people, because it's about their future. Because these people, within how many years, they will go and join their ancestors. So it's unfortunately, then coming back to our clergy people, I always said the difference between you Christian or you Muslim is because those men be able to sit down and study this book called Bible and Quran. They take advantage of it while we are there being gullibles. And a lot of people that are defending this pastor, if you tell them about how the Bible, what does the Bible say, they don't even read it. Example, just like Catholic, they only hear what their father, their priest says, and other denomination. And that's why I thank you for playing that the voice of that man. He made it clear between the Muslim and the Christian what these people have used to brainwash a lot of us. I'm just praying that every Nigerian youth, African race, should be able to wake up and get our land from satanic people, because to be honest, the same people are claiming that they are worshiping idol. We are going there to go and borrow money from them. We are going there to go and get
Thank you.
So it's either we wake up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your wonderful submission. Let's hear from I think somebody else is calling in quickly. Okay. Law of God is my strength. Thank you very much, madam. Please, 1 minute, because we're rounding up now.
Sorry, please, Nigeria Watch. I sent you a video. Yeah, I know it's their private life. I'm not supposed to talk about it. But why I really brought this thing to, I send it to you, is for us to look at the way yesterday our new senators and of them House of Reps, the party they did yesterday, come and see where the way they are throwing money and our people are hungry. I'll send you the video.
Okay, the video. Okay, I'll check it. Let's see if we can reference to it tomorrow.
Hungry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll check it to see if we can reference to it tomorrow. Yes, that's what we see from these people. Oh, this woman is calling back again. Man, I thought you said finish already. Oh, she didn't know she was calling back, I guess. All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Okay, let me go to Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex, please, if you're there,
yes,
close.
I'm here.
Use all of their minutes. Let's close up with you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Najawas. This Nigerian political saga, they've unlocked what I would call political workers and shaggers on Nigerians. For the past 3-4 months now, since they stole the mandate, I'm happy for some of the videos that you've been playing for some days now. And looking at everything they've done so far, these are a bunch of thieves. Nigeria can definitely not continue like this. I have watched a movie, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. He goes to steal from the rich and give to the poor. He didn't even think about himself. He had just 2 or 3 clothes. It was a very strong message from that movie. I was thinking, since you stole the mandate, knowing that you are going to return it one day, in fact, very soon, the little time you stole yourself into that place, a few things can be written about you, even if it's a bad thing you did. Look at the suffering in the land. You can never tell me that development is speaking English, wearing beautiful clothes, agbada or suit, come on TV, talk and talk. No. Development is what is the prices of things in the market. How many industries have you created an enabling environment for young people to even open or operate? The cost of, as we speak, according to the news, a lot of multinational companies are leaving Nigeria, and they will leave more. More will leave. Thousands of jobs. People are being lamented. A giant pharmacy company left the country last few weeks. Peter Obi cried. He said Nigeria has lost something great. They've been in Nigeria for more than 40 years. Development is what is your currency ratio to dollar and pounds and euro. Development is 24 hours electricity is being processed or is already operational. You cannot discuss development without talking about, killing corruption, totally influencing the lobbying, the so-called hollow chambers, National Assembly, to bring a capital punishment on corruption, starting with your own office. You're not serious if you don't do that. Development is how to pin down young people in your country with the best of life, ease of transportation. You think Europeans are stupid when they build the train station, the metro station, bicycle lanes, footways, they build the 24 hours electricity, they build what's it called? Street lights, they build even down to the villages. Mr. Evie, you say you live in the Asket somewhere around the UK. That is like a village. But you are comfortable. So this is what you do to develop. You don't just come around, you talk, and today you talk again. President is talking, a senator is talking, House of Rep is talking, governors are talking. We are still the same where we are. People are running out of the country as if there's a war. My friend traveled out of the country. He said when he left from Lagos, the flight was filled, totally filled. When he was taking his connection flight to his destination, the flight was not full. It was very few people inside, majorly white people. There were just 2 blacks inside that plane going to his destination abroad. But from Nigeria to Addis Ababa, in fact, the cabin crew almost did not have a seat. Everywhere was jammed. It's like a war. It's like refugees leaving the country. My goodness. These people, I don't know, this kind of Satan inside their heart, the kind of evil is just so gargantuan. It's just so artificial. It's a colossal type of satanic mysticism. Ah, my goodness. I don't know. Imagine what they are doing. Nothing for the common people. So long you're a common person in Nigeria, forget about it. If you talk, they come and arrest you. They will use your governor to target you. Sometimes they use your senator. They use Agberos to come after you. That is the kind of country these guys want to project to us. They're not even thinking about restructuring. Where are the Yoruba professors who were shouting under Buhari restructuring? Where are the Edo professors? Where are the Igbo professors? Everybody's quiet. All of us are quiet now. Restructuring. Oh, restructuring. I have not heard that word now. Wale Soyinka, where is he? Under Buhari or shouting, Nigeria is too complex. It's too centralized. All those grammatical boogaboo. We need to poo-poo them. Let's call these guys out. Restructuring means handing more powers to the region, making the central less attractive. Dismantle the senatorial house. Dismantle the House of Rep. Let the president be a ceremonial president, and let the regions have more power. Let them develop themselves with what they derive. It's called confederation. It's what they agreed on the Aburi Accord in Ghana during the Civil War. The Igbos and the Ojukwu said on Aburi we stand, because it was a confederation, but one did not know. He was not educated. The Queen of England radioed and said, "You are a fool. Go and continue the war. You've allowed them to go." So this is the way to go. We have to sit down. They have to revisit the Jonathan Goodluck 2014 National Conference or Confab. Resolutions were taken. Billions were spent of Nigerian taxpayers' money. And we are right. We agreed on certain things. To dissolve the central or the federal government. It's too attractive. That is the number one problem of Nigeria right now. Too many powers on senators, on the president, even on the Supreme Court. Too many powers. It needs to be dissolved. So let me focus now on the nitty-gritty of the day. The judiciary. For me, Tinubu increasing their salary is just a continuation of the previous bribery, saga. The guy is running a tax getter. I want to praise the prowess, the wisdom of Mr. Peter Obi. He really carried out his words. He said, "I'm not leaving this country. I will stay here." In fact, Mr. Obi and Mr. Ahmed Dati and the National Party Chairman Abure, all Labour Party people, those who are still with us, whether you are fake, you are real, it's okay. But so long you are still with us, I thank all of you with the way we've handled these people. They didn't see us to shoot at. They didn't see us to come and arrest. Obi did not give them chance to take him in. I'm happy now they are running a task scatter, bribing left and right, hiring everybody who they seem as a threat to them. They bring them into ministerial posts. It will not work. An idea whose time has come can never be stopped. It will not work. It's time for Nigeria liberation. It's time. It's time for the senatorial monies to be slashed into 300,000 per month. If you are not interested, get out. It's time to dissolve all this this financial hula baloo, this financial satanism going on in the federal government. It's time. I'm happy now. Because let me see how they're going to manipulate the judgment. How will it talk about the 25%? If you like, increase your salary. In fact, all the law students that are not even graduated, that are not even called into bar, go and give them money. We don't care. We have our evidence. There's no way out. It's like when you've caught a thief, everywhere you fence around, the gate is locked, and the fence is extremely high, it starts running a task scatter. There's nothing you can do. That's exactly what Tinubu is doing now. How will he talk about the Chicago Gate scandal, the Chicago results, or the narcotic activities, or the 25% gate scandal? How do you talk about the Beaver Street stuff, the 18,000 blood results? How is Tinubu going to elope from this web of corruption, this web of evidence against him? It's so gargantuan, brothers and sisters. So I'm happy. And I see the result in our favor. Anything otherwise, let's forget about Nigeria. It's a scam. It's a fraud, a big fraud. If it doesn't work now with Obi, it will never work again. Kiss it goodbye. Why? I will tell you why. With the following reasons. Number one, the high cost of living. The intentional insecurity orchestrated by this same federal government, APC. They brought in bandits into the country in 2015, thinking Jonathan will not leave power. They recruited all miscreants from everywhere around the world and brought them in to cause mayhem. Luckily, Jonathan left, and they couldn't exit these guys again. They couldn't evacuate them, and they let them have a free hand. They paid with the lives of Nigerians. They are telling us 63,000 people lost their lives. No, Amnesty International is saying 1.1 million, 1,078,000. Under Buhari, lost their lives. Christians, 24,000 churches were burnt down. So the same APC, they've messed up big time. The country is in comatose. Our students' education is decayed. Infrastructure, there's no road. And governors are not even helping matters. So Nigeria was, there is no way out for APC. No way. All these shenanigans you are saying, these are just decorative activities. They are just trying to try. The last kick of a dying horse. They know they are gone. The only people who can talk to them in Nigerian politics are the ones they are bringing on board. First of all, they called on board the 1999 set of governors because they know those ones, some of them who are criminals, they still control a little bit of influence among the touts and the agberos in their areas. They just brought them in. They brought in another nitwit called Asari Dokubo, who ought to be in jail for brandishing AK-47. Now they brought in all sorts of character, including Governor Nelson Wike, who is I call him now a political tout, a political traitor. Whatness? They should go and bring in Amini from the grave, or Sunorambo. So it's a no-brainer. It's a no way out for them. Let's see what
witches and wizards. You didn't call those ones.
They should go. Yes, they should go to Australia, to the headquarters of witches and wizards. They should bring them on board and make them ministers. There is no way out. Tinubu is gone. No wonder he's borrowing all he can borrow now, because he knows he's going to leave. There's not right now. Chicago is on fire right now. Like they are. I mean, the world body is about to open a case on them on this matter. The matter has gone beyond Obi. Obi is no longer a human being. He has become an institution. He has become an idea. A friend of mine told me that he wants to open a school. How to study the life and times of Obi. But I asked him, but this usually happens when people are dead. He said, no. This man is an exception. His life is worthy of study, at least for 1 year, and get a diploma degree. He's working on it. That's how people have gone far with the Obi ideology. It's an ideology. It's a movement. It's a way of, he has imparted people's character. He has taught people how to talk. He has taught people how to have sympathy and compassion. how to do something about your immediate environment, how not to be wasteful, how to save, and how to leave a legacy that people can go and verify. How can you be that? The whole nation came out en masse, both enemies, even those in the cabinet of the president, the governors, workers, they voted massively, especially in my state, Edo State. Labour Party came first in a state that has a governor who is a PDP. His party came third. It was like that nearly everywhere across the country, if not for the manipulations. In spite of the manipulations, Lagos State had 900-something thousand votes, and they gave us 570 or so. So the overwhelming evidence, and the evidence can't go away. A lot of the evidences are still alive. The young people are still alive, and they are willing to see come out and do it over and over and over again. It's a no way out for APC, guys. Even if they declare for a rerun, which I don't want, not to rerun, but I still believe Obi will still beat them. So I want a judiciary to do the right thing, collect the salary you are being given, collect all the bribe if you want to your conscience. But the history and the life and the future and the survivor and the security and the pregnant women or the mother care of everybody in Nigeria right now, not in the next 40 years, rest on your judgment. You cannot buy that. Money can't buy that. It rests on your judgment. We are watching you. Young lawyers in school are watching you. Retired judges are watching you. Diasporans are watching you. African countries are watching you. Asian countries are watching. Burkina Faso leader said, we know who won Nigeria election. Shut up, Mr. Tinubu. He said that. Go and verify. He said, you can't talk to us. We know who won that Nigeria election. So Burkina Faso is watching. Mali is watching. Libya is watching. Botswana is watching. Zimbabwe is watching. Sierra Leone is watching. Sri Lanka is watching. Bangladesh, India, everybody is watching. They want to see the integrity of the Nigerian judiciary. And I bet you know the meaning of that. And guess what? Nigerians are at the point where they can't feed themselves. There's no hope. Now they even see education is a scam. It's time for you, judiciary, to restore the hope of people wanting to go and study law. People are fed up because if you don't know anybody under this corrupt system who knows somebody, you can't even get a 30,000 naira job in a country that is so blessed with natural resources. A member of OPEC is a golden, belief that your country is a member of OPEC. OPEC is the countries that produce oil around the world. Nigeria is number 7 or 8. And we are living and we are the capital, the capital head of poverty in the whole world. How did that? It's a conflicting, paradox. It's paradoxical, nonsensical, and a non sequitur that should not be allowed in this country. So judiciary, all these things I just mentioned depend on you. If you do it right, we will protect you as citizens. Nothing will happen to you, and God will also protect you. Nothing will happen to you. You write your name in gold. Forever we will sing of you. We will call your names to our children's children. We will immortalize your name. Trust Nigerians everywhere around the world. We will talk of you. We'll create books from you, from your names. And we will read about this audacious journey and how the victory was won. Don't be afraid of intimidation. At some point, everybody will still going to die. Either you die by old age, or by accident, or by bad health care. Something's still going to kill a man. So why not just do the right thing and leave the goddamn world if you have to leave? But I'm assuring you, nothing will happen to you because your life is in the hand of God. And the Nigerian people know how to protect their own. Look at Peter Obi today. I was even scared that he's not going to be alive up till now since that February election. Just the same way they did to Abiola and other past leaders around the world. A lot of them were taken out due to situations like this. So please, I'm speaking as a concerned Nigerian, a very informed one at that. We have no other country. We will take our land back either way. So we just want to be civil, and we want to be responsible and be obedient too. We have evidence, and we've given it to you that we won this election. And please declare the rightful winner and let the whole world celebrate us and celebrate you too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Najawash. I leave it here.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you. That was a long, wonderful speech. Thank you. All right. We finally have give us a mandate here. Give us a mandate. 4 minutes. Your final submission, sir.
Good evening to you, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, people on comment section. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, panelists. Good evening, Nigerians. Good evening, obedience all over the world. Good evening, Nigerians with conscience. And my 4 minutes is over. I will see you again tomorrow.
Never finished now.
I like your play. Sorry, I beg. Family.
I knew that good evening was something that you wanted to end with.
Me, I know say the way the good evening is sarcastic.
Give us our package in a case. Now, case you be my brother.
My brother, say when somebody like when you come me after Mr. Alice, what you want make I talk now when this man don't talk everything? Me, I no can understand though. Mr. Alice.
But you were called before now. You
Yeah,
were
that
called.
was my fault. That was my fault. Say this matter, even though you dey cook soup for Amagba, this matter go quickly bring you out. You go leave soup. When that made the soup, now only God no go let the
All
soup
right.
burn. Yeah.
I'll
You
tell you
quickly
come out,
come
but
out.
don't worry. I'll bring you. I'll give you
I,
visa.
I won't mind the visa, or I won't mind the visa once you become the governor. Like I've been praying to God and I've been desiring it. I've been praying to God. Your people like you are one of those also that young generation need to study too, because this wealth of knowledge and experience should not just be kept somewhere in Okobwe village and then we just allow it to go down like that. Obaseki cannot match you. And I'm not saying I say this with no apology. Obaseki cannot match you. Obaseki is 10.
An old,
Not even Shuaibu can match you.
those sounds like old generations.
You have everything. You're well taught, well learned. You say the truth, you say the fact. That's why these people, these Agbadorians and their godfather should be poo-pooed into the canal of the rubbish. They are scared, running etaskata. I said it yesterday that it's like Tinubu always rests his ear on the chest of the devil for the lie will lie to the Nigerians again. Because if not, how can you say a clerk of a school made error on your certificate? Now, I said it yesterday. People are like, what is this guy saying? Now, look at the topic of our discussion today again. Now, Tinubu promised to increase judges' salary to curb judicial corruption. Is that not from a person that can put his ear on the chest of the devil to be asking, what again can I do to run away? Because in Burkina Faso, they said, Oga, we know you didn't win the election. So Panama means keep quiet. And now, because our judiciary are the one that will decide the case, even though our election should not end up in the hands of judges, the people have made their mind. They have their will. Like Dr. CM said on this platform, that you take the will of the people, and Mahmoud Yakub, you changed it. Now, Tinubu now knows that the case is in court and is trying to increase the salary of the judiciary. Why? Just tell me the reason why. The ones that you bribe, that means the money is not enough. So you want to bribe more. And he said it, that what more money cannot do, more money can do it, but not in this generation anymore. Our eyes have opened. We have come to realize that men like you, Tinubu, should be poo-pooed and be taken into a black Maria, because that is where you belong to. What evil? Tinubu promised to increase judges' salary to curb judicial corruption. Is it the Bukachua? Where is Bukachua? Bukachua should be in jail. Bukachua should be in jail. Because the last Speaker of the House, what is his name again? The one that that should not even be anywhere, did not contest in an election, end up becoming the Senate president. Lawal. So he just said that this guy called Tinubu, he just bent on corrupting everything. He is just bent on corrupting everything. Whatever Tinubu touches is either corrupted or expired. anything. Look at Lagos State, for example. Look at Lagos State. They said they sent commissioners to the house in Lagos State. 18 or 13 of them were rejected. Reason, they said no money.
17 were
17.
rejected.
Okay, reason, they said no money, Abby. Because they had to pay come on. And so Dr. CM was asking yesterday, is Alpha Beta still working in Lagos? Alpha Beta is still working in Lagos, of course. Why did they reject 17 of them in Lagos State? Because Tinubu is looking for money to bribe the judges. Where's the money going to come from? He has put Lagos State in his pocket. All of the money that he gave to Chicago University as endowment, where did he get the money from? From Lagos State, of course. I wish you can bring Obidati. You can bring some of their videos here. They have now uncovered that the former chancellor of that school was a cahoot with this evil operation. The former chancellor. Tinubu was giving Chicago money for endowment because they forged certificate for him. And so obedient, if you're in Chicago State University and as obedient, this is where we need to hashtag your university. This is where we need to drag your university on the floor. We need to reveal, we need to expose your university. I live here in the United States of America. If you want us to carry placard, we can come and carry placard. This evil must not go down this way. Or what can you see? A man is taking the money that belongs to a state, a whole Lagos state. That's why they have to chase. Oh, see, 17 commissioner. We cannot pay you guys. They have to reject them because Tinubu must get money to bribe Ariwola. Tinubu must look for money to pay his endowment fund in Chicago University. Now, Nyash Fawu breeze don't blow. We don't see Nyash Fawu. We don't see where the problem is. We don't see where the problem is. This guy should not be allowed to go like this in the history of Nigeria. As soon as Judiciary declare my president as Peter Obi as the president, my own president, we just quickly look for that chain and put in his hand that looks like the diagram on his cap. Put in his hand and quickly put him in Black Maria. Honestly. Or what can you say about the pie of Deborah? Anytime I look at Deborah's picture, my brother, they just wasted the damsel. Honestly. They wasted the damsel. They wasted the mother. They wasted the destiny. And the guys that pied Deborah, they were showing a match on video. Those guys are still walking the street of Nigeria. 19 years old boy pied himself in this past election. Say his future has been stolen. Over 18 people were pied in the election. Now, Tinubu, they said Atiku went to Chicago. They brought your results. You said it was a mistake from the clerk. Now only you one and go school that year. So they can't single you out. Maybe not racism. Say, okay, this black guy will come from Lagos State. We must do him wickedness, right? They make mistake for your age, make mistake for your date of birth, make mistake for your sex. Tinubu, you are truly, honestly, your year, I think per minute, per second is always rested, sir. I believe your year is always rested on the chest of the devil. And I'm not there's no apology for saying this. Honestly. Because yesterday I just made this statement yesterday. And this morning, look at what we are seeing again now. Tinubu promised to increase judges' salary to curb judicial corruption. Who should be? Man. Man. Ariwola, you see your life outside? Shora Yelo di Ariwola. You see your life outside? How can the one that is the father of corruption be fighting corruption? This guy is, to me, and like you say, Mr. Alice, Peter Obi, if that your friend established that school, Peter Obi should be given maybe 1 hour or 2 hours every day, or maybe every week, to come lecture in that school, where people from all over the world, Nigerians in diaspora, can come and listen to him. How come, sir, that after 8 years as a governor, while you were in the office, you didn't steal, you didn't colobi Anambra money? Anambra did not owe you 1 bottle of water, and you can still live your life with simplicity. They bought a land to you and say, Governor, sir, we just find this land now, it belongs to you. And you ask them, the one that served 35 years, what are they giving to her? They said nothing. You said, you told them, sir, you said, this land does not belong to me. It belongs to this person that has served the state for 35 years. Give it to her. That is how that woman became a landlord after 35 years serving the state, because a governor will not colobi the land that was given to him. He has every right to do it. He has every right to take it. They told him, it belongs to you, sir. Bodilon House in Lagos State belongs to Lagos people. Several houses, several property belongs to Lagosians in Abuja. Tinubu colobi them. He colobi them. And Remy is saying that they don't depend on Nigerian money. And they cannot, man. 17 commissioners could not be sworn in, or could not be allowed to even yet make their statement, because one drug baron had to make money to pay judges, had to make money to pay Chicago State University. Chicago, all of those endowments that you guys are taking from Tinubu, it belongs to Lagos State money. It is Lagos State money. Don't worry. After this OT, we'll know if you guys are going to pay those money back or not. Wickedness of the highest order. That school is an HBCU, historically black university. HBCU. Look at the nonsense they rubbish themselves with. Well, I'm not surprised they are about 200 and something out of the ranking of 300. Obedience. If you are in Chicago State University, begin to drag your current chancellor. Let them tell us what they did. Let them tell us what they did. Because whatever Tinubu touches is either corrupted or must buy. So I cannot go down like this in history. Mr. Alex, you just mentioned, yesterday we were talking about Anini here. Then if we have to forgive Tinubu, then Anini, we have to go and resurrect Anini from the grave and say, Anini, you know what Nigerians did to you, we are sorry. If we have to say, okay, we forgive Tinubu, we have to go and wake Anini in the grave and say, Anini, you know what, that treatment we then give that time we go thief, we just, please, no verse, we are sorry. We are sorry. Because he is a drug baron, a forger certificate. The man that lied that is 71, the daughter is 65. Lagos toll gate belongs to everybody. This guy colobi it. Lagos seaport is being given to China to make money for the next 45 years because of this evil apparition. And so we will all sit down and fold our hands. Mr. Alex, they thought that they could do what they did to Abiola, they could do it to Peter Obi. They never understand that they were dealing with a wise man, a man embedded with the wisdom of God. Peter Obi told us, he said, don't worry, guys, we have evidence. This evidence are too gombogious. Let me borrow Mr. Alex's word. They are too gombogious. They are too repeteris. Let's take it to the courts. He brought a mathematician. We went to bring Amazon experts. He brought everybody to court. Sote Mahmoud Yakub. You know, in those days, when you do simultaneous equation, you have different method of solving that equation, either elimination, substitution, or any, you can do any method. Mahmoud Yakub could not either by elimination or substitution to tell us how we arrive at how Tinubu won the election. He could not even tell us either by elimination or substitution how Atiku became second, and that's a professor. And so when you now see people saying that, what is the purpose? What then is the purpose of going to school? You don't blame them. You do not blame them, because professors, lawyers are known. They're known for integrity. Only in Nigeria, students will be caught cheating. Will be caught cheating in an exam. They will resecate them. But professors are cheating election. They are cheating during election for politicians, and nobody is questioning them. May summer, only for a JAM result, DSS went after her. DSS, have you been able to go after your president selected by Mahmoud Yakub that forged results? May Soma will not be allowed to write JAM for the next 3 years. She may not even get admission. And we have somebody selected by Mahmoud Yakub that went to Luwole and forged results. The man that lied on that oath is the only man in the history of Africa that went to school as a female and came out as a male. Are you an hermaphrodite? I was telling my wife that this is what they have in Tinubu's results. She said, "Is the guy gay?" Come on, people. Yoruba did not support this evil. Many of us Yorubas did not support this evil. But you know what, people? I can speak for myself. I can speak for someone like Gilefaro Timi. And I will not blame anybody. I will not abuse anybody. I will not stand against anybody that say Yoruba plus tribalism is equal to one. That people are entitled to their opinion. But most of us did not support this evil. This is an evil that should not go down like this in the history of Nigeria. We have found a man, sir. His name is Peter Gregory Obi. He's from Anambra State, and we don't care. We support him because he has integrity, he has character, he has compassion, he has empathy. I mean, as a leader, one thing that must first move you is the empathy for the people you want to lead. Peter Obi told us, he said, before you can be addressed as His Excellency, the means by which you came to the office must be excellent. That is a quote right there. He said, you cannot come through the window and start cleaning the house. Peter Obi said, we need a gift shishi. I thought the guy was joking. Okay, are you for this serious? In Nigeria, you will not give shishi and they will vote for you. And Nigerians took that statement to the bank. They got money at the ATM, but Mahmoud Yakub colored our mandate. Judiciary, save Nigeria. Save Nigeria. Peter Obi told us, obedience, this movement need a give shishi. No shishi was given. Peter Obi told us, he said, go and tell them, go and ask them. If you hear that Peter Obi said, go and snatch ballot boxes for me, I will not contest again. He said, go and ask. If you hear that Peter Obi give anybody money, come and tell me, I will not contest again. Nobody has been able to show that Peter Obi gave them money to go and vote for them, to vote for him. People do it with organic love. And we'll sit down and let this evil, the likes of Wirewike, Bajabia Mole, Dele Alake, all of those guys, to come on, guys, this should not go down like this. The 300 million naira Lexus bought for them. If they give all of us 1 million naira, it is enough for people to start business. But regardless, this cannot go down like this in the history of Nigeria. Breeze don't blow, we don't see Nyash foul. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Elvis, to interject. Give us our mandate. That Mr.
Your network is not nice. We can't hear you.
It will be paragraph just now we read. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said give us our mandate. Did not finish that paragraph of Mr. Peter Obi. Mr. Peter Obi is from Anambra and he lives in Onitsha.
Mr. Elvis, Mr. Felix, Mr. Peter Obi is from Anambra. The house he lives in Onitsha. You know that house. Peter Obi is the only one that told us. He said, "Go everywhere, all over the world." I'm not sure maybe he has a house in UK, but he said if he goes all over the world, he still come back to Onitsha.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
They have a house in Dubai, all over. Even Atiku that is running Etaskata now, he has houses in Dubai, skyscrapers in Dubai. The day I enter Dubai, my brother, my sister, oh my God.
Thank you.
Ah, man.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you all. May God bless everybody that joined us today. We have come to the end of this broadcast. You know, I want to appreciate every one of you that joined the panel. Thank you for that wonderful submission. Give us a mandate. Thank you, Mr. Alex, Mr. Felix, Mother Patricia, and many others that joined us today on the panel. Thank you. I want to thank those of you that called into the show today. Thank you very much. Those of you that supported us financially, Justin Okolo, Amaka Fojabi, I want to be Ferdinand, John Ohanobi, Michael Ganamaro, Anthony Ola. May God bless you all. Thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you. I'm very, very grateful. And my people right there on the comment section, Mother of all Mommy Diaspora. Thank you very much, Mommy. We appreciate you. Love God is my strength. Thank you very much, Madam. We appreciate you. Vitus Akwebele, Eva Line. Thank you very much, Madam. Ame Bride. Thank you very much, Madam. We appreciate you. Tony Africa. Thank you very much. I can see you right there. Thank you. Look up. I can see you as well. Peggy Modi. Thank you, my wonderful people. Esther is right there with us as well. And God bless every one of you. Thank you. We've gone to the end of this broadcast. And able to join us tomorrow by 6 p.m. Nigerian time. We're going to be here. For those of you that play our video,